Welcome, one and all, to today's Town of Chatham Zoning Board of Appeals meeting. The date is November 3rd, 2022. This meeting is being recorded and will be available shortly hereafter for scheduled and on-demand viewing on any smartphone or tablet device. If anybody else is recording the meeting, please let us know. Pursuant to Governor Baker's July 16th, 2022 signing of an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency, including the extension of his March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law until March 31st, 2023. This meeting of the Chatham ZBA is being conducted via in-person and remote participation and shall afford adequate alternative means of public access via Microsoft Teams by calling the phone number 1-508-945-4410. Then you have to punch in the ID number, which is 152-955-94, and then hit the pound. Or you can join the meeting online via Microsoft Teams through the link in the posted agenda. Despite our best efforts, we may not be able to provide for real-time access, and we will post a record of this meeting on the town's website as soon as possible. In accordance with town policy, the public can speak to any issue/hearing or business item on the agenda during the meeting when recognized by the chair. To authorize this hybrid form of meeting, I'll have a roll call of all members, please. That would be, starting with Bob.
James Upson, I approve of this format.
William Brow, I approve.
Megan Story, I approve.
Paul C. Semple, I approve.
David S. Nixon, I approve.
David R. Thompson, I approve.
Randy Potash, approve.
And David H. Veach, I approve.
Before I get to how the meeting is conducted, I'll see if there's any comments on the October 13th minutes.
I'll move approval of the minutes as published.
right.
Dave Veach seconds.
Okay, we need a roll call of the voting members today, which would be Buck,
Buck approves.
Paul,
All approves?
Dave,
Dave Thompson approves.
Dave Veach approves.
and I approve. The meeting today will be conducted as follows. The hearing notice, whether it be an app or whatever it might be, will be read by the lady to my right. This is Sarah B. Clark. She is the PPO for the town of Chatham. That's the principal permitting officer. After that, the representative or the individual who had submitted the appeal or application will have a presentation. Following that, I would ask for anybody either here on Microsoft Teams or wherever that wishes to speak in favor of the appeal to do so. When that's been accomplished, I would read any and all letters that we had received, whether in the plus, minus, or simply a question. When that's been done, I would ask for anybody either here on Microsoft Teams who wishes to either speak against or has a specific question to indicate to us you'd like to join the meeting, so you can do that. After that, there could be some rebuttal testimony. Board members then would ask questions to anyone present. Then we would close the meeting and go into deliberations. Deliberations are conducted by the members of the board, not open to the general public unless a member of the board introduces someone into the conversation. We would then have a vote. The votes in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you need to have a supermajority. In our case, since there are 5 voters, you need to get 4 in favor to be successful. All votes that we have today are taken by roll call. And with that, Sarah, please, 22-089.
Application number 22-089, Chatham Productions LLC, care of Greg Clark, 1234 Chestnut Street, Suite 211, Newton, Mass. 02464. Owner of property located at 15 Annabelle Lane, also shown on the Town of Chatham's Assessor's Map 14E, Block 37, Lot 4. The applicant proposes to construct a single-family dwelling in a GB2 zone which requires the grant of a special permit. The proposed lot coverage is 5,536 square feet, 39.7%, where 70% is the maximum allowed. The lot is conforming with 13,957 square feet, where 7,000 square feet is required in the GB2 zoning district. A special permit is required under Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 9, and Sections 3C, 4C, 26, and 8D2B of the protective bylaw.
Mr. Clark.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the zoning board. My name is Greg Clark. I'm here representing Chatham Productions on our proposal for Lot 15 Annabelle Lane. We submitted a package on this project, which I believe you've all had an opportunity to review, but I'm going to walk through each of the sections that we had pointed out so that there's clarity and I can answer any questions after that that anyone may have. So there are, according to the zoning bylaw, there is criteria in the special permit section that one has to meet in order to qualify for a special permit. First item, adequacy of the site in terms of the size for the proposed use. As Sarah read in the document that we submitted, we showed that the size that's required for this zone, we comply with. We exceed it. The single-family residential use that we're looking for here requires a 7,000 square foot buildable upland. We exceed it. We have 13,957 square feet of buildable upland. Relative to the size of the lot, prior to coming in front of the ZBA, the bylaws require that we go in front of another organization in town that has the authority over the Historic Business District, the Historic Business District Commission. The reason why we're required to do that is because they have authority over the size, the style, the materials, the look of any building going up in that district that they were given the control over. We did that. And we didn't do it contrary to what some other people have indicated. It wasn't, forced down their throat. They didn't have options. They absolutely had options. In fact, they had the option to reject us, and they did the first time we went in front of them. They, like you, voted to reject our proposal, and we appealed it, because that's the right that we have. And in the end, when we went to the appeal, the discussion was held between the selectman, who was the appeal process that we have to go through for HBDC. The selectman put us together in a conversation with the HBDC to have a discussion over, can you work together to make this, figure it out, to make it work? And we agreed. We went back to the table with HBDC, and subsequently, we started working through a process that was acceptable to them. They didn't accept any of the houses on the first shot. Everything was negotiated of, let's change, we don't like the size, we don't like the look of these windows, we don't like the height of the building, we want to make sure you meet all the setbacks, and we did that. The process that we took to do that wasn't overnight. We started that process in November of 2020, and here we are in November of 2022, and we still have another house to go in front of them. So the process has been slow. We've been taking it meticulously, working with them. If they ask for a detailed change or anything else, we've done it. So we work with organizations and boards that want to figure out how to get something done, and that's what we're here for. We're here to say, this is a development that we're trying to do. This is one of the houses, and this helps us reach an overall goal of what we're trying to do with the entire property. On this specific property, we have proposed, and if I can have Sarah pull up the rendering that's in our package. No, the colored rendering, Sarah? The two color renderings that we have in there?
Was that in the supplemental information?
I think it was, it may have been in the supplemental, but I thought it was sent in the original. It's these two right here?
Give me 1 second.
Okay. So the first time that we brought this lot in front of the board, an opposing party presented a rendering that was very misleading. It portrayed the house as a big white structure, similar to the white structure of the town building that's in right center field, that you stare at through no trees. This is what the HBDC approved. These are the colors, that's the size, that's the location, that's the style of the windows. It's not the big white structure that everyone saw when we met here on this property probably 2 months ago. And what we proposed in our discussions with the HBDC, which we were then told after we offered it that we can't do that, that the HBDC could not agree to it, but we had subsequent conversations with the town manager and someone in her office about how we could do it and manage to take care of it. We proposed to put trees, to put an earthen berm and trees, just like you see here. That's on the town's property. The town cleared that property all the way to their property line when they decided to put the batting cage out in left field and the little shed for maintenance. We proposed to put this behind that, raise the grade, and put these trees there. And this is the trees, they would be 10-foot trees planted on a 4-foot berm. This is what you would see on day one once that building was finished. And then the second picture shows a progression of the growth over after an 8 to 10 year period with those trees being fed. And what we proposed to the town at the time was we would pay for all of it. We would pay to put the berm in there, we would pay to put the trees in there, we would pay to water them, and we would pay to fertilize them to get the growth. Okay? So when you look at that, I think that's a little different than what you saw the last time we discussed this property. Okay? Thank you, Sarah. And the other issue too, a similar comment was made about the planning board, that the planning board had to give us the approval. Boards don't have to give approvals. Boards can reject anything. There is an appeal process, but they don't have to give an approval. Just because a party shows that they meet standards does not mean you have to give an approval. And that's what happened. The planning board wasn't forced to give an approval. They could have rejected it, and then we would have taken it to the next step if we had to. Fortunately, we didn't. With the planning board, it was even a very similar story. We went in with a preliminary plan, and they discussed what they would like to see back there. Our original plan that we came back with had 6 lots. That was, we received an approval on that preliminary plan. Then we went back and we thought about it, and we said, 6 lots is going to be too congested back there. Let's bring it down. We brought it down to 4 lots. We went back in front of them, and then we went through a couple of meetings, and we got that approved. But again, that was a long process. That didn't happen overnight, and it was us showing that we can work with boards on, let's figure out something that works here. Okay? The second criteria in the ZBA requirements are suitability of the site for the proposed use. So our proposed use is a single-family residence. And on this property currently, we have 3 existing single-family residences. I want to point that out because I do think that's important. We have pre-existing nonconformity there. Now, if you look at Sarah, if I can ask you to pull up the map that we did, that we plotted all of the properties around this property. Yes, thank you. So all of the green dots you see, so our property, Sarah, if you could point to the property where yes, our property is right here, where she has her indicator. If you look around it, every green dot represents a single-family home that currently exists on those properties around us. The orange dots are all town-owned property, okay? And then the blue dots represent multi-use with secondary apartments on the second level. And then you have the pink dots are residential condos. So as you see, there are very few dots there besides the town-owned property that don't have a residential component to them. One would look at this zone and say that this is more of a residential zone than a business zone. Besides the Main Street Ford and maybe 1 or 2 others on that section of town from the Rotary back to Chatham Village Market location at Depot Road there, and Crowell Road, there's hardly any commercial standalone buildings. So we do think that as a result, that this site is suitable for residential use. And in fact, as I mentioned, we have 3 residential buildings on that property today. The third item is the impact on traffic flow and safety. You know, 15 Annabelle Lane is only one of 4 proposed single-family homes. It's not a commercial building. This is zone commercial. We could put 4 independent commercial buildings on that property. Those buildings would be bigger. The requirement on a commercial lot, we can cover up to 70% of the lot. 70% of the lot, we could put buildings that are over almost 7,500, 8,000 square feet easily on each of those lots. We don't want to, we're not looking to do that. We think that what we've proposed, and as I said, we started out with bigger homes, and then we worked with HBDC to bring those down to what they felt and approved as being conforming, fitting within the area, fitting the lot size itself in comparison to the other buildings around it. So as a result, you're not going to have much traffic coming off of this full lot subdivision, and we think that that requirement is met also. The fourth item I know is the one that's very important to this board, as they've expressed it the last time we talked about this property, the impact on the neighborhood visual character, including the views and vistas. It's very interesting because in the bylaws, there's no definition of vistas or views, okay? So you have to go at that point and look up what does the dictionary say is the definition of views and vistas. And if you look that up, it's overlooking a mountainside or overlooking an ocean down a valley. It's not a view of someone else's trees, because I think that's what the interpretation we're hearing at the meeting is, that our trees on our property are a protected view or vista. The vista would be the entire outfield. And when you look at the outfield, you see the town fire building covering the entire right field, no trees protecting the view at all. Center field, you see the office building that's on the corner, and then behind it you see the 4-plex residential building. They're all very large buildings, much bigger than the buildings we're proposing to put on our property. And none of them have any trees blocking the view from either the stands, from the dugouts, from home plate, any of that. Okay? And I think last week when we had the hearing on the Lot 3, we had a discussion over what is protected as far as the trees on our property. We asked the town that question. We asked the building inspector to tell us, are any of the trees on our property protected, so that we could not go in there and remove those today? And the response was, no, they're not. We haven't gone and done anything to address that. We've just said, hey, let's figure it out, let's work it out before we do anything. We want to work it out so that we provide 4 beautiful homes and also a nice view of our property from the town's property. If you look at what's there today for the view of the trees, there are no trees of any special species or trees that aren't covered in invasive vines and whatnot. That's what's out there. On our property and from the scoreboard to center field on the town's property, there's a sector there that the town owns. The same condition exists. There aren't any specimen trees. There aren't any protected trees. But it could be made to look nicer with what we're proposing to do. Again, we think that we meet the requirement of the 4th section, and we don't affect the views and vistas of the area. Okay? The 5th item is the adequacy of the method of sewage disposal. This one's pretty simple. We have the approval from the Board of Health to connect to the sewer system. So it's been confirmed that we do meet the requirements to connect up to the sewer. The sixth item is the adequacy of the utilities and other public services. Again, we have the approval from DPW, we have the approval from the electric company and the gas company. All the proper services are there to do this four-house subdivision. We comply with that. The next item is noise and litter. And again, this is fairly simple because unlike having 4 commercial buildings there that may have more trash, may have 15-yard containers that they're getting emptied a couple times a week, this is single-family homes. These aren't apartment buildings, they're not multi-condos, it's gonna be a single family living there. They're gonna either take their trash and recycles to the transfer station, or they're gonna have a private company come to pick it up. But they're gonna handle it the proper way that tax-paying citizens do. They're not gonna let, gather on their property and create a mess. So we think we comply with that also. Then you have, the next item is compatibility of the proposed use with the surrounding land uses. Again, as I pointed out on the map, if you look at the land uses that are currently there, it's taking out the town property, it's gotta be better than 90% of them have residential use. And out of those, it's probably 80% of those are single-family residential. So we're not asking for something different. The next item is the impact on the natural environment, including slopes, vegetation, wetlands, groundwater, and water bodies. There are no water bodies on our property or immediately surrounding our property. All of the runoff that's currently from our property runs off. It does run off currently to the ball field, because the slope from center field comes from our property down to center field. Our proposal is to correct that. We will contain all of our water on our property, and we'll contain it the way it's designed with underground retention chambers. So all the water is recharged back into the ground. Nothing is dumped out into a town system, nothing's going into the sewer system. It's all being charged right onto the property. And then the last item is the impact on the neighborhood and town visual character. We think that the visual character of the town down in this area is very clear. Someone can drive down that street, and if they don't live in the town and know the properties, they're gonna drive down the street and look at it and say, wow, a lot of residential properties here. This looks like a residential portion of the town. Like I said, until you get up to, when you come down to the Rotary and you see some of the buildings there, which some of those have been converted in recent years to residential. And when you get up to Main Street Ford, it's a different story, but most of the other buildings are residential. So we don't think it has a negative impact on the visual character of the town or this neighborhood. And again, I want to reiterate that the HBDC, who has control over what they would allow in this district, went through each of these buildings. This building here is one of the 4. They've gone through 3 of them. The 4th one will be in front of them shortly. And the same thing, they have approved of the styles, they approved of the materials, they approved of the details. We had to change details that they didn't like. We changed window styles that they didn't like. They have approval right down to the door style and the windows on the lights on the exterior of the buildings and everything. So we've gone through all that, and we think that that's their jurisdiction. That's why it was put in the bylaw that you had to go through the HBDC in the Historic Business District Commission, in the zone. Okay? And the last thing I'd like to mention is that the town's charter is very clear. In section 4.7, it gives the authority to the town manager. The town manager speaks for the town regarding all town properties. The town manager is fully aware of what we're proposing on this property, all of the lots, and the front lot. I've never heard anything negative. I've never seen the town manager come to one of our meetings, HBDC, planning board, or even the ZBA meetings to voice opinion on the town's behalf saying that we don't support this. I think that's an important point, because having third parties that don't own property around our property coming and saying that they don't support this, that's fair. This is America, right? We can all have our opinions. But that isn't what really matters when it comes down to the decision of what's right and what's wrong per the bylaws. So I'd ask you to think about that when you debate today, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Is there anyone here today on Microsoft Teams that would like to speak in favor of this application? If so, please indicate now you would like to join the meeting.
I see no one that wishes to speak in favor.
I'll read the correspondence. First is a memo. This is from Judith Giorgio, the health agent for the town of Chatham. She writes on 11/1, this property will be connected to the municipal sewer system and can support a 3-bedroom dwelling in accordance with the Chatham Board of Health nitrogen loading regulation and the town of Chatham sewer regulation. The floor plan depicts 3 bedrooms plus a quote-unquote study that could meet the definition of a bedroom. The opening into the room must be a 6-foot cased opening, and the hallway/entry area into the room must be deleted to maintain the 6-foot entryway. The design as shown could be considered a 4-bedroom dwelling without changes as noted. Then we have from the Historic Business District Commission, a certificate of appropriateness. They write, on September 21st, 2022, the HBDC met and rendered the following decision with regards to this application. The commission voted 4 in favor, 0 in opposition, 0 abstaining to approve. The approval did not have any specific conditions outside of the ordinary. If you're going to change anything, you'll let us know. Then we have a memo. This is from Edson Eldridge and Maria Paulio, and their address is 30 Post Office Lane. They write on October 25th. We are writing to inform the town of Chatham, ZBA, of our support for the board's approval of the proposed new construction at homes at 10 Annabelle as well as 15. We are the owners of the property located at 30 Post Office Lane, abutting the Annabelle Lane subdivision. We had the pleasure of meeting with Allie, Greg, and Victoria of Chatham Productions to discuss their plans for the Monomoy Theater and Washington Taylor property. We appreciate their willingness to discuss the plantings along our property line, as well as how we can best collaborate and support each other as abutting neighbors. From the plans and sketches shared by Chatham Productions, the house designs blend well with the surrounding buildings and the overall neighborhood aesthetic. Residential use and presence will be a great addition to the neighborhood. We believe their plans will be a positive improvement to the neighborhood and a wonderful asset to the community. We support the ZBA's approval to move forward. And we have a note. This is from Matthew Cole. He writes on October 20th. This letter is written in support of the proposed construction of 10 Annabelle and 15. The applicant, Alexander Properties, has taken the time and care to review their plans with us and show us the improvements they intend to make. We believe their plans will be an improvement to the neighborhood and an asset to the community. Thank you for your time and consideration of this matter. And that's that. It was written from 782 Main Chatham, LLC. Then we have a note. This is from Mark Abraham, 805 Main Street. He writes, well, it was received on October 27th. I write this letter in support to approve the proposed new single-family homes at 10 and 15. I am the owner of the property located at 805 Main as an abutting neighbor to the Annabelle Lane subdivision, the Monomoy Theater, and the Washington Taylor House. I am in favor of the proposed plans. I believe it will be an improvement to the neighborhood and will be of value to the Chatham community. From the plans and sketches shared with me by Allie of Chatham Productions, I have no objections for the further development of both 10 and 15 Annabelle Lane, as well as the intended improvements to the property as a whole. Overall, the house designs blend well with the surrounding buildings and the neighborhood aesthetic. I support the ZBA's approval to move forward with 10 and 15. And that is the extent of the correspondence. I would now ask for anyone who wishes to either speak against or has a specific question to indicate they would like to join the meeting. I see Mr. Litchfield in the back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Bill Litchfield here on behalf of Chatham Athletic Association. I will be as brief as I can because a lot of what I would otherwise say you have already heard. You heard it a week ago, and you heard it 6 months ago, and things haven't changed. Very frankly, I'm surprised to be here this afternoon because I did not notice a large number of changes. As you know, when plans are not well received by this board, the customary procedure is to sit down and talk with people who were not supportive of the plans, and to think about significant changes. I think about Blackberry or Blueberry Lane. I was in with something a few months ago with something that you thought was god-awful, being polite, and we came back with something that was significantly different. We talked with our neighbors. We didn't talk with you because that's not appropriate, but we knew from the prior hearing what your concerns were, and we addressed them. So I was not surprised when I got, or my client got a notice of having been summoned to a meeting last summer, which was abruptly canceled, and we never heard another word. So the Athletic Association, when it became aware of this hearing, asked if it needed to generate the same letters of concern and opposition that it had done last spring, and I told them no, it didn't, because nothing had changed significantly. And that is unfortunate. The numbers didn't change, nor did the impact on the town. So there are two essential issues. One is what I'll call the hydrangea lane issue, and that you can't make a judgment on this lot without looking at the entire four-lot subdivision. I think you know that, and I think I know that, and perhaps the applicant knows it, but if not, I think it's critically important to consider that. As to the overall issue, the criteria as to adequacy of the site in terms of the emphasis, size of the proposed use. Yes, 7,000 square foot lots are allowed for general business purposes downtown, but they're not allowed for residential purposes. So it's not just enough to say adequacy of the size of the site. The actual criteria is size of the site in terms of the size for the proposed use. This proposed use is substantial single-family residential use. As to suitability of the site for the proposed use, it is not. I handed you, before I get into that, I gave you a handout, which is very similar to what I presented last April. The size of the house has decreased a little. It is down to 14.9%. As for my calculations, gross floor area and living area, if you look at the basement plan of what is proposed, it says it's 2,067 square feet, but the building itself is only 1,992 square feet, so there's an error there. I'm not sure what it is. So I tried to extrapolate the numbers. And we've got a house with a gross floor area of nearly 6,000 square feet, and I reiterate what I said before, that one of the former Nickerson lumber properties, a 4-condo unit building on Depot Street, is only 2/3 of that size, 4,200 square feet. The living area of this proposed house is 4,708, again, larger than the 4-condo units at 99 Depot. It's larger than now it's pretty picky properties. It was Polhemus, and before that it was Nickerson Lumber, larger than their headquarters building. It's 4 times the size of some of the other houses on Depot, and it's 10 times the size of the single-family residence that is there now. If I heard the applicant correctly, he said at one point that there were 3 single-family residences on this property. And then I think he corrected himself and said that there were 3 residential units. The buildings on the original, on the Main Street side of the Depot Road property haven't been used as single-family residences since before Mr. Thompson was born. And that's a very long time ago. And the house at 70 Depot, which is the third property, was sold to Mrs. Baker, whose family owned the Monomoy Theater, by a woman named Leola Litchfield, not related, in 1979. And that hasn't been used as a single-family residence since at least 1979 and probably since 1991. But I reiterate what was said before. I have a disagreement with the applicant. The planning board had no choice but to approve a 13,000 square foot lot because the minimum lot size in the general business zone is 7,000 square feet. Turning it down, they had no authority to, yes, they theoretically could turn it down, but there would be there is recourse, but they had no right or ability to turn it down. As Ms. Potash pointed out last week, however, you have different criteria from the HBDC or the planning board. So I'll go further into those criteria. As to suitability of the site for the proposed use, I think you know it is not suitable. I think you've stated in the past on 2 prior, the board generally, or at least some members of it, have stated in the past that the site is not suitable for the proposed use, that market rate housing here is problematic. The impact on the neighborhood visual character, I think, is also problematic. As to adequacy of sewage disposal, actually the health agent raised a concern that this could be construed as a 4th bedroom. So there are a number of areas as to compatibility of the proposed use with surrounding land uses. Plainly, it is not, and I think you have found that. The overall issue, even if some of the criteria are marginally met, is whether this use, allowing large residential homes on small lots in a general business zone, is in harmony with the purpose and the intent of the bylaw. It is not. The second issue is whether you find it to be in keeping with the established or future character of the neighborhood. Without looking at the overall development, I don't think you can make a finding. But without that, even with or without that, I do not think that this sort of development is in keeping or in harmony with the established or future character of the neighborhood. The character of the neighborhood, and I frankly think the character of this part of town, would be changed by this development. I think all of us would be very, very pleased to see the Monomoy Theater restored and back in operation. That's not before you today. What is before you is a proposal to construct a house with almost 6,000 square feet of gross floor area on a 7,000 square foot lot. That is not an appropriate use of land, which is one of the purposes explicitly of our bylaw, along with preventing undue concentration and overpopulation. I'm sorry to once again have to spend your time and my time on this issue, but I urge you not to approve the special permit, and I thank you.
Is there anyone else here or on Microsoft Teams that would like to speak either against or has a specific question?
I see no one that wishes to speak in opposition or has a question.
Mr. Clark, would you like some rebuttal time?
Just a couple of things. Once again, I'd like to point out that Attorney Litchfield does not represent or speak for the town. He obviously is here with a certain interest for his client that he's representing, and as any good attorney would do, you argue what you think helps your client's position. We disagree with a lot of the things that he stated, as our attorney last week, Attorney Freeman, pointed out. There is no requirement to submit a subdivision all at the same time. The lot size We believe he's incorrect in his interpretation of the lot size, and I don't think that the planning board would have approved it if it wasn't in compliance with the bylaw. Another important thing is that 2 weeks ago, you can go back and look at your records, you approved a property right beside us. We've supported that project. We think it fits very well. That property has a footprint, one of the buildings has a footprint of almost 4,000 square feet. We don't have a building on these 4 lots, including this lot, 15 Annabelle Lane, that is anywhere close to that for footprint. So it seems like there's some missing on the interpretation of adequacy of the lot for the size of the building, because if you look at that property, and that property was, yes, Matt Cole's property on Main Street, right beside us. And he has 2 buildings on that property, which we think fit very well. We don't think there's any, we agreed with what the board came up with, and we supported his proposal because it made sense. But you approved it. And that building, one of 2 buildings on his property, is almost 4,000 square foot footprint. You look at the buildings around our property, the building to the right of us, who we have supported, commercial building, very sizable building, with residential up on the 2nd level. Our property out in front on Main Street, 776 Main Street, 2 very large buildings there. And if you take a look, I'm gonna ask Sarah, she pulled up, we provided this chart of building coverage, upland portions of lots for all of these properties that are on that map. So you can see the building coverages compared to our proposed building coverages, and you look at them, and they're significant compared to most of them, not all of them. There are some very small homes thrown in there, absolutely, we agree with that. But there are a lot of very large buildings all around this property. And this chart shows you, we provided you the address, we provided you the footprint, the percentage of building coverage, and whether it's in the HBDC zone, and if it's what the use is, whether it's commercial multi-use residential single family, or multifamily residential. I think if you look at this document and you compare it to the map, you have to agree that what we're proposing is all around us. This is not something new. Okay? That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay, then we'll have questions from the board. We'll start with Randy.
I have no questions.
Dave?
Well, in our packets, and I thank you for providing us with a rendering of some of your latest thinking with respect to the Monomoy Theater building and the Washington Taylor building there. And I was just, I'm curious as to whether you have done an analysis of that lot that you've carved out with those buildings on it, whether there's enough area there to support the uses that you've included and that you're pursuing, adding a restaurant, things like that. I'm just wondering if you've taken a look at that, and if so, what?
So the calculations have been done, and we comply. So for commercial use, we can cover up to 70% of the lot.
Right.
So we're within the 70% of the lot. The issue there is the same issue that you had currently at formerly at the previously operating theater, that there never was enough parking on the property. What we proposed, and what we've been telling all the boards as we've been moving along, is that we will set up so that we have shuttle service. We're not far at all from the public parking or the town parking lots. And we propose that we would have, every night that there's an event there, we will have shuttle service and police details to move the people orderly so that you don't have to have all the parking on the site.
Okay. So, this question then is not specific to 15 Annabelle Lane, but I feel like this has been part of the presentation in a way. On the assessor's records information that you provided for us indicated that the lot where 776, et cetera, was that you purchased prior to the subdivision, I think says contained something like 3.3 acres. And you've created this subdivision in order to have the 4 residential lots in the back and the access to them, because there's also was another lot in addition to that you purchased. And from what I see here is you have essentially left a 1 acre with the old house and the theater building on the Main Street side, and have taken then the remaining 2 acres and subdivided them in the other lot in order to create the access and the 4 residential lots. So I honestly have some concerns about, and you admit that you don't have adequate parking for the theater, and you're talking about adding a balcony to the theater, you're talking about adding a restaurant, and it's just very interesting to me how you plan to proceed with the development of that part of the lot.
Well, as you know, we have to take that entire property through the planning board. The planning board has the discretion on all of that. And we told them that from the beginning. We'll be back in front of the planning board with the proposal. There may not be a balcony. There may not be a restaurant. That will be determined as we go through that process with the planning board. But most theaters do not, and we've talked to a lot of different theater organizations, most theaters do not run profitably as running just a theater. They make money by having another source. So the restaurant will be a source to supplement the running of the theater. We've said that from the beginning. We're not hiding anything. That's what it's for.
Okay. And then, and you've brought up a couple of times the 70% lot coverage that's allowed in the business zone, GB2. Jay, that's correct, isn't it? 70% of lot coverage.
Lot coverage.
That's not building coverage, though.
Correct.
Right, that's correct. That's parking, pavement, building, everything together, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. So just to clarify that.
Absolutely, we agree with that.
Yeah, okay. That's all I have for now, Dave, thanks.
Buck?
So I heard you say that Mr. Litchfield doesn't speak for the town. I haven't lived here my whole life, but over half of it. And the first half, I spent every summer here almost. So I've known Mr. Litchfield off and on through various avenues. And I think, and I believe, that if anybody in this town was to say, look, we got to pick somebody to speak for the town, one person, Mr. Litchfield's name would be on that list and probably very close to the top. So I'm not sure you understand when he stands here and talks how significant his words are. And that brings me to the point of our health agent that was kind of tap dancing, trying to say there's potentially a 4th bedroom in that house. And it sounded like to me that's not permissible. And it sounded, you had a chance to rebut that, and you didn't address that. I don't think.
I wasn't asked direct, I'll address it right now. The gentleman sitting right at the table here who has the authority over that, when the plans come in front of him for any house in the town, he makes the decision whether or not that is a bedroom or it's a study or whatever it is. So we weren't asked, when we submitted those plans, we weren't asked to address that specifically by the Board of Health. They didn't bring that as a question to us. I understand they wrote a comment in the letter supporting this, but when we file for any permit for a home, has to go in front of the building inspector. And he will make the determination whether or not it's a bedroom and he wants it not there. That's not for us to decide, it's not for the planning board to decide or the HBDC to decide. He can respond to that. And on the other comment, I just say thank you.
So I'd like to ask the building commissioner if he, have you had a chance to look at the print and understand what we're talking about?
I have, and I just want to make it clear that we are directed by the state to take the plans as they are labeled. We require every room to be labeled. Whatever they call that room, I have to treat it as a room, that room. So when they say a study, it's a study in my eyes, but the Board of Health has different regulations than the building department, and they can't get a final occupancy permit until they satisfy the Board of Health. So although I may issue a permit for a 3-bedroom home with a study, they'll have to deal with the Board of Health at some point before they get an occupancy permit. They have to satisfy the Board of Health.
I guess we're not going to settle that this afternoon. Thank you. No other questions?
Can I address that?
Sure.
Would you acknowledge that you're the final sign-off on the permit to issue the certificate of occupancy?
That's correct, but I cannot issue a certificate of occupancy without Board
Exactly.
of Health approval.
So unless the Board of Health approves it, you can't sign off on it.
That's correct.
That's the answer.
Thank you.
Bill?
Can you clarify the square footage on the first floor plan where you say total living area 3790? However, clearly you have a basement with living area, and that when, I did the addition too, and I think Mr. Litchfield brought it up. 5,782 square feet in this house, total. I mean, how do you justify the 3780?
Because that's what it is. It's first floor and second floor living space. You don't count garage, you don't count mechanical spaces, you don't count all that type of stuff. It doesn't count.
Jay, can you clarify that for me? Is that true?
I know a lot of times they only include the first and second floor on real estate advertisements and whatnot. They don't put a square foot on the finished
Right.
basement, but, it depends on how you want to look at it. If there's finished space in the basement, I would think you would at least entertain that
Okay.
as part of the habitable space of the house.
Can you show the basement plan, Sarah? So Jay, the garage counts as finished space, would you say?
I'm not saying that, no.
Okay. And the utility rooms and,
Game
No,
room,
but the
exercise
game room and the
room?
exercise room, I would say, if they're finished off, then yes.
but as far as for the requirement of meeting the building coverage, it's the building footprint coverage, which includes to the outside of the corner boards, correct?
Building coverage is totally different
Yes.
issue. That's correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, I get that. But an exercise room and a game room, even if you take the garage out, to me, that's living space. So I just wanted to get that clarified. That's all I had.
Megan?
I don't have any questions.
Paul?
I have no questions.
Dave?
I have no questions for Mr. Clark, but I will agree with my colleague, Mr. Upson, when it comes to Mr. Litchfield. I've known Mr. Litchfield all my life. Very honest man. As far as I'm concerned, he speaks for everybody here.
Thank you.
I'll move to close the hearing and move into deliberations.
Dave Each seconds.
Need a vote on that, Buck?
Buck votes yes.
Paul?
Paul votes yes.
Dave T? We're voting to.
Wonderful idea.
Dave Veach votes yes.
And I vote yes, too. Okay. So deliberations, we'll start with Dave Veach.
Getting a sense of deja vu. Well, I am not, I think I expressed myself pretty well on last week on 10 Annabelle Lane, and unfortunately, for Mr. Clark, his arguments today have not really changed my opinion or feeling about much of this. I'm certainly, he's presenting his perspective, which is, I think, somewhat different than mine. You know, looking at the other residential uses around and expanding out as much of the neighborhood as you want to consider, you know, no one is saying that there aren't other residential uses out there. My problem, one of my main problems here is that the creation of this subdivision for residential use, to use for 4 single-family dwellings of significant size, again, and Bill, with respect to your questions about area and all that, what Mr. Litchfield's chart has is he has a gross floor area and a living area column. The gross floor area is we define in our rules and regulations, and we frequently seek to get the gross floor area. Sometimes we have attorneys, and Mr. Clark presents a living area which would have a different definition. And we would include, the basement would be included in gross floor area, and garage would be included in gross floor area as well. And we tend to look at that from time to time as a somewhat of a measure of the building's volume, because living area is not going to necessarily do the same thing. So, so again, the 2 houses that we've seen, this one, again, is basically the same plan that we were not pleased with in April. So to go to the points, point number 1, adequate size of the site in terms of the size of the proposed use. For the proposed use, no, it's not adequate. This is number 2, suitability of the site for the proposed use. The site is not, it's not suitable for a single-family home of this size. Particularly point number 8, compatibility of the proposed use with surrounding land uses. Mr. Clark looks at the map and sees the surrounding land uses that might be residential. I look right next door, I see the baseball field. And I lived in that neighborhood. I lived at 730 Main Street for a number of years. And when you live that close to the ball field, believe me, it has a significant impact. At least that's my experience. The lights, the sound, the number of people around, et cetera, et cetera. And I just see, I see inherent conflicts between these proposed residential uses on this site and the ball field and the surrounding business zone. I see that were this to be developed in this manner, this would cross a tipping point. This is not about whether there's other residential uses in the neighborhood or not. This would be a tipping point. And as I said last week, for all intents and purposes, even though the underlying zoning doesn't change, this is, for all intents and purposes, creating an R13 district, if you will, in the middle of our general business 2 district. And I cannot support that. I can't support, as I said last week as well, I can't support leveraging the relaxed dimensional standards of the general business zone to put single-family dwellings on these lots. So I stand against it. I also and can further say that this is not suitable for, it's not in harmony with the purposes and intent of the bylaw, and it has, it's just not, I can't support it for any number of reasons. Thank you. Buck?
Once again, the former speaker leaves no room to find anything new to talk about. He's pretty much covered all the bases. The biggest thing that I see is Veterans Field and the history of formerly the athletics and now the anglers. That is a huge, huge part of the neighborhood. And this proposal, in my mind, is detrimental to that relationship. The hearing 6 months ago, the letter that would apply today still is Veterans Field is potentially one of the most beautiful ball fields on the Cape, iconic, known far and wide. And this proposal would have a negative impact on it. In fact, substantially negative, and I won't support it.
Bill?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been said very well by Dave. The two criteria that are not being met here is the suitability of the site and the compatibility of the site, clearly. And I really feel strongly about this too, as Dave mentioned as well, that, if you create residential uses in a commercial zone anywhere, I don't think that's a good idea from an economic standpoint of the town or for any other, purpose of land use. Beyond that, it's in the middle of a commercial zone that, that land was zoned commercial by, whoever, when it was done in the bylaw, it was done for a reason. That's commercial zone property. To then take that to a level to use and leverage, as Dave correctly mentioned, to come up with a residential subdivision in a commercial zone under relaxed regulations, really, in a GB2 zone, it's just wrong. And, perhaps the thing to do is to comprehensively look at this whole area and see if some residential uses or residential zoning is appropriate. But for now, that area is zoned commercial as it should be. And consequently, if I were voting, I would be voting against this as well.
Megan?
Well, I wholeheartedly agree with everything everyone said before, and I think one of your rebuttal arguments would be that there are other large buildings with residential components in the area in the GB2. However, I just want to point out that the bulk of the properties that you showed us on your mapping had residential components and were not single-family homes, and that's not the same thing. Single-family home is a completely different animal than a commercial base with residential apartments up top. I feel super, super strongly about that. A couple other just comments and points I picked up on that I wanted to mention. I don't think you understand the true nature and feel of the community in that area, as shown by your sort of flippant comment, I think, about Bill Litchfield and his representation of the town. Even if I were to side with you and say that he didn't represent the town, you don't need to talk back till I'm done. He does represent the Cape Cod Baseball League as a paid attorney of the Cape Cod Baseball League. That is an immensely important, both cultural and financial aspect to this town that we cannot adversely affect. It's hugely important. It's part of the reason that so many people want to come here and spend money and participate in town in that very small area, especially in that GB2 district. I would think that they impact that significantly. So I think you've misunderstood the importance of that cultural piece of Chatham. With regard to the HBDC approving your houses, I'm sure they did, and I'm sure what you have put together is a lovely project, but HBDC does not have any jurisdiction on the neighborhood character. That's not what they do. except insofar as the actual physical structure is concerned, and we do, and that's the difference here. So in taking into consideration the neighborhood, the town, the visual character of this area, in addition with the fact that I wholeheartedly agree with Dave Veach's comments, I certainly would not support it.
Paul?
Well, you've heard this in a prior application, and hear it again. I think we all agree with the comments that Dave Veach has made with respect to the proposal. I think the suitability of the site, the visual character, and so forth are not appropriate for this location. And the adequacy of the site for the proposed use of single-family housing in this particular location is not consistent with the GB2 uses. It is possible under GB2, but does not necessarily mean that's going to be done in all questions where it's applied for. And in this particular case, this particular zone is not one which is suitable, at least in my view, for single-family residences as you are proposing. That's aside from the fact that this particular residence is large. Gross floor area, which is defined in our bylaw, of 5782 is huge on a 7,000, a 13,000 or 14,000 lot size. So I think our view is that it's not appropriate for this particular location, and therefore I would be voting against it.
Mr. Thompson?
Thank you, Mr. Nixon. I agree with everything that has been said so far today. The houses, as I said last week, the house is way too big for this area. I'm sorry, but I'm against it. I will vote no.
Randy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I agree with everything that's been said, and I don't want to repeat. I'm just trying to think of anything that I want to say that's different, and I'll say a few things. So I think you meet criterias number 5, 6, 7, 9, probably, and 10's not applicable. So that leaves 1, 2, 3, 4, and you're probably wondering, oh, and 8. Why would she say number 3? Now, this particular lot is the one that's near the baseball field, and we heard a lot of information, and we can just use our own discretion to realize that balls can hit houses, and they can hit the kids riding around in front of their houses, and so there's a safety factor. So I just want to add that into everything that's been said. I don't think it's safe to have a house there. And I will also point out that none of these criteria have any relationship to what Mr. Litchfield thinks. That's not one of our criteria. What Jill, well, I should say, with due respect to the town administrator, her opinion is not part of our criteria, thank God, that neither one of there is, because that would be like a real giant conflict of interest going on here. That would be horrendous. It would be creepy. So we are looking at these 10 criteria. You don't apply to number 10, of course. It's not applicable. It's not a formula business. And any sighting of a house near that ball field is not charming at all. I don't care how close the trees come to covering it. It doesn't look nice there. And we're charged with the character of Chatham, maintaining the charm. So those are my opinions that are a little different than what people said. It's not charming. And one last thing, you said there's some single-family houses thrown in there. These are people's homes, and these are smaller homes, and they're modest homes, and they're not thrown in there at all. That's their neighborhood. You'd be throwing some large homes into small lots. That's what would be thrown, and I wouldn't support it if I were voting.
So, Mr. Clark, I'll give you a choice. I think you can add,
Yep.
and you can withdraw if you wish, or I'll call for a vote.
Call for a vote, please.
Okay, very well. Paul?
All right, I'll move to approve the application as submitted.
Dave Veach seconds.
All right, remember, if you say yes, you're approving it. If you say no, you're not. Buck?
No.
Paul votes no.
Dave Thompson, no.
Dave Veach votes no.
And I vote no. That's a unanimous decision. Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Thank you.
Okay, Sarah, 22-090, please.
Application number 22-090, Paul and Amanda Joseph, care of William G. Litchfield Esquire, 330 Orleans Road, North Chatham, Mass. 02650. Owners of property located at 29 Perkins Drive, also shown on the Town of Chatham's Assessor's Map 2A, Block 88, Lot PE6. The applicant seeks to enlarge, extend, or change a conforming dwelling on a non-conforming lot via the demolition of the existing dwelling and the construction of a new dwelling. The existing dwelling is non-conforming in that it is located 9.5 feet from the road and 11.9 feet from the easterly abutter. The proposed dwelling will be non-conforming in that it will be located 9.1 feet from the road where a 25-foot setback is required, and 11.4 feet from the easterly abutter where a 15-foot setback is required. The existing building coverage is 1,024 square feet, 12.5%, and the proposed building coverage is 1,223 square feet, 14.9%, where 15% is the maximum allowed. The lot is non-conforming in that it contains 8,211 square feet, where 20,000 square feet is required in the R20 zoning district. A special permit is required under Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 6, and Section 5B of the Protective Bylaw.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Bill Litchfield here on behalf of Paul and Amanda Joseph, who are the owners of 29 Perkins Drive in South Chatham. With me today is Paul Muldoon, their architect, and online is Thad Eldridge of ESE, our engineer. First, I would point out to you that the legal ad is a result of caution, as Mr. Eldridge suggested we exercise. The intent is to rebuild the house on its existing foundation. But you may have heard the word corner boards over the last year or two. And that is why there is a nominal expansion of the size of the house, only to guard against any problems. So it's about 6 inches closer to the road and 6 inches closer if you approve the special permit. You'll be authorizing that it be built 6 inches closer to the road and 6 inches closer to the sideline, just in case. The intent is not to come back to you for that purpose. So Mr. Eldridge thought that was prudent. He either credited or blamed Mr. Briggs for that suggestion. I say credit, and I just did want to explain that to you. So what is proposed is fairly straightforward. That's the existing house on a very small house on a very small lot in South Chatham. You may have been down Perkins before, but if so, it was only for a zoning board of appeals matter, because otherwise you'd have no reason to go down there. It's a private road, looks more like a driveway than a thoroughfare. Would you like, Mr. Chairman, to have Mr. Muldoon go through the architectural plans and elevations, or shall I go straight to the criteria?
Why don't you go straight to the criteria?
Thank you, sir. As to adequacy of site, including building coverage and setbacks, every lot in the entire neighborhood is non-conforming. Our site has street and sideline setback shortages as well. Site is nonetheless suitable, for residential use, having had a structure there since the house was built before zoning back in 1950. If you approve the special permit, you can do so based on a finding that the site remains adequate for construction of a replacement house with a second story or three-quarter story, which again is intended to be built on the existing footprint, but the engineered plans allow for a minor deviation. As to compatibility of size, on the third page of the chart, or the handout rather, there is a chart for neighboring properties. Like others, we have a non-conforming lot. We have one of the smallest houses in the neighborhood by coverage at 13.5%, or in absolute numbers, the footprint is 1,024 square feet. If you approve the special permit, you could do so based on the finding that the coverage complies, and all but one other house has a second story of those on the chart. There are only, I think, 2 houses in the entire area that don't have a second story, more than 1 story, not all a full second story. The gross floor area and the living area will remain compatible as shown. Right now, we have, including the shed, gross floor area of 1,100 square feet. Sheds no longer count for coverage, but they certainly count for gross floor area. And if you approve the special permit, the GFA will be 2,200 square feet, which is almost exactly the same as the house next door at 41 Perkins. As to the extent of increase in nonconformity, we have the nonconformities which Sarah read in the legal ad. There is no change. The legal ad allows for a minor deviation as explained, but the intent is to rebuild on the footprint and thus not increase the nonconformity. I would say also, by the way, originally, we didn't want to tear the house down, but it's, what'd you tell me, it was 2x4s construction? It's in kind of rough post-war shape, so it probably wouldn't support a second story, thus we're rebuilding. As to suitability of site, the site was developed again prior to zoning, and is suitable for residential uses. There are no environmental concerns, no filing with conservation is necessary. As to scale, siting, mass, views, and vistas, it is a post-war house which has served its purpose as well. Paul and Amanda have owned it for the last 10 years. Unfortunately now have to spend more time than they would like off Cape, but they'd like to spend more time down here. And adding some of the additional living space will be helpful to them. As I indicated, the original plan was just to add the second story, not possible, but the footprint will remain. It's a private way, so there are no streetscape issues. And the chair will read a couple of letters of neighborhood support. The house is at the end of a private way and without impact on the streetscape, but what I think you can find is what, well, that's the back view, but I think you can find that the other views there are attractive and appropriate for the location. As compatibility of use, there's no change. It's a sheerly residential use. As for water and sewer, we have a Title V for 3 bedrooms. That will not change. The health agent has written a letter to that effect. All utilities are available. So the issue, as you know, is whether the proposed change in the proposed new house with a greater but still compatible gross floor area and living area is substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than is the current non-conforming structure in a non-conforming lot. Print is intended not to increase nonconformity whatsoever, let alone substantially. Given the location, isolated where it is, and the neighborhood support, I think you can find that the impact on streetscape is minimal. So in light of the criteria in the plans, particularly in this location with neighborhood support, you can find that the proposed new house is not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. And Paul, I'd be happy to make the presentation, or you certainly can answer, or we would try to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone here today that would like to speak in favor or on Microsoft Teams would like to join the meeting and speak in favor? Please indicate now.
I see no one that wishes to speak in favor.
I'll read the correspondence. First is a memo. This is from Judith Giorgio, Board of Health. She writes on 11/1, I have reviewed the plan to demo and rebuild the dwellings at this property. The proposed house plan will not add septic flow to the existing 3-bedroom septic. I have no concerns about the project. Then we have an email. This is from Kevin and Barbara Marks, 7 Perkins Drive. They write on November 1st, we fully support the application request. We are thrilled that they have planned to build a new home that will give them the space they desire. They've always been exemplary and kind neighbors, an asset to our small community. We have reviewed their building plans. Their new home will be a welcome addition. Another email. This is from Donna and Bill Whalen, W-A-L-E-N. And they write on October 26th, Bill and I fully support the Joseph variance petition and renovation to their property at 29 Perkins. We own the property next door, 41 Perkins. And that is the extent of the correspondence. Is there anyone here in the audience or on Microsoft Teams that wishes to speak either against this application or has a specific question? If so, please indicate now you'd like to join the meeting.
There is no one that wishes to speak in opposition or has a question.
Okay, questions from the board. Buck?
Buck has no questions.
Bill?
No questions.
Megan?
No questions.
Paul?
No questions.
Dave T?
Dave T., no questions.
Randy?
I do have a little question. So I was just trying to, the setback from the road in that area, is it 25 feet?
15 in the R20 zone.
Okay, so what's the 25? It's required for your abutter?
I'm sorry, the street, 25, I apologize, 25 from the street, 15 from the sideline.
So you're going to increase the nonconformity a little bit on both ends?
We don't
right?
intend to,
All
but
right, I
we're
just wanted to-
asking for the allowance to do
Yeah,
so.
yeah, okay. I just wanted to clarify that.
And I
based on-
apologize for misstating, it's 25 from the street,
No,
15
that's
from
fine.
the sideline.
Thank you.
Dave Each?
I have no questions, Dave.
I'll move to close the hearing and move into deliberations.
Dave Veach seconds.
Need a vote on that? Buck?
Buck says yes.
Paul?
All votes yes.
Dave?
Dave T., yes.
Dave Veach votes yes.
I vote yes. Deliberations. Bill?
Yeah, I think this meets all of our criteria unquestionably, and my questions coming in were some of butter feedback, which I saw in the correspondence. So if I were voting, I would support this.
Megan?
I agree with Bill. I feel for you on the post-war thing. My house is the same. But other than that, I would definitely support it. And I appreciate the going for it and not coming back to us for a corner board issue.
Paul?
Yes, I think it meets all our criteria, and it's certainly not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood.
Dave?
Meets all our criteria, and I would support it, and it's a very, very nice-looking home.
Randy?
I would also say that it's an improvement to the neighborhood, and although it does increase the nonconformities a little bit, it doesn't cause it to be detrimental to the neighborhood.
Dave Each?
Yeah, and I agree with all previous.
Buck? Okay. Any worries about this, Paul?
Well, I think, obviously it's a congested neighborhood and a summer neighborhood, so what's your plans on construction?
I just confirmed with Mr. Muldoon, the applicants, and not that it matters, and I can say it now, Amanda has she's originally from Chatham. She's very familiar with the town, the neighborhood in the summer. And I just confirmed with Paul Muldoon that they anticipate starting after Labor Day of 2023. So we anticipate a condition in that regard.
All right, well, I would suggest in this situation, our standard conditions, which would be all construction activity and vehicles would be contained on site or at a neighboring property with the permission of the property owner, that between June 30th and Labor Day, there would be no exterior construction allowed, no work will be permitted on weekends, and construction activity would be between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. only.
Dave Veach seconds.
I'll move to approve on the basis of those conditions.
And I second.
We need a vote?
Buck votes yes.
Paul?
All votes yes.
Dave T., yes.
Dave Veach votes yes.
I vote that is a unanimous decision. Thank you,
Thank you
Mr.
very
Litchfield.
much.
22-095, please, Sarah.
Application number 22-095, Timothy Good and Elisa Midas, care of Christopher Cannon, P.O. Box 201, Chatham, Mass. 02633. Owners of property located at 93 Pine Ridge Road, also shown on the Town of Chatham's Assessor's Map, 8B, Block 76, Lot S21. The applicant seeks to enlarge, extend, or change a conforming dwelling on a non-conforming lot via the construction of additions. The proposed change is considered a substantial alteration under the second accept clause of Section 6 of Mass General Law, Chapter 40A. Such substantial alteration requires the grant of a special permit. The existing building coverage is 1,504 square feet, 12.9%, and the proposed building coverage is 1,745 square feet, 14.9%, where 15% is the maximum allowed. The lot is non-conforming in that it contains 11,680 square feet, where 20,000 square feet is required in the R20 zoning district. A special permit is required under Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 6, and Section 5B of the Protective Bylaw.
Mr. Cannon?
Good afternoon. I'm Chris Cannon, representing Tim Good and Ilias Medias, I believe it's how it's pronounced. What we're looking to do is to add a porch to the front of this building to give it a little bit better characteristic in the neighborhood, a little more homey, a little, a little more personable, social. And then to add a screen porch on the back that'll also have, it'd be 3-season use, so there'd be glass panels as well, but it will not be heated. And in addition to that, we'll be looking to do some dormers. We've just been advised that the dormer on the right, the small one, is in a room that is not permitted to be a bedroom. We are aware of that. You'll get that in your letter from Judy. We will deal with that at the point when we go permitting. We may remove a wall upstairs. We may take one of the rooms that is there and turn it into a closet, but we will deal with that issue. So we're actually not really even seeking your permission to do that. My understanding is that we do a dormer of that size by right anyway, but I just want you to be aware of that.
Thank you.
My clients, when they purchased the house, all the rooms that are there were what's currently there, except a bathroom that's in the basement. They added that a few years ago. We're really not doing much to the inside other than these dormers, so that large dormer adds maybe 100 square feet to the upstairs. It's to allow a bathroom off of the master bedroom primarily. So most of what you'll see is the porch there, and then there's a porch on the back, which will have a flat roof, social space on the back. So let me just speak a little bit to the criteria. Am I using the first one or the second one on the sheet? One's got 12 and one's got 10.
12.
Either way, they're pretty much the same, so.
They should.
Adequacy, I don't know, adequacy of the site, this is pretty much the same size as every lot in the neighborhood, and many of them have houses this size, and many are slightly larger and some slightly smaller. So we're really not doing much to change the nature of that. What I will say is it's a hillside lot, so it has a slightly larger appearance if you're on the back of it. At the front, it's basically currently a one-story house, or 1.5 story, and so it will start to have the appearance of a 2-story, even though there's already a second story up there. Compatibility of the size of the proposed structure with neighboring properties, I think I just answered that. Extent of the proposed increase in non-conforming nature. The lot is what's non-conforming here. The house itself will conform to all setbacks as it currently does, and we will stay under the 15% at 14.9%, so I think we're okay there as well. Suitability of site, neighboring properties, natural environment. Again, it's a hillside property, so we will pay attention to the drainage. I don't see that we would be adding too terribly much, concern with that. The small 14 by 14 flat roof will shed a little bit more water to one location. If we find that's going to be an issue, we'll put gutters on it, and we'll put some gravel down beneath the deck at the base of it, and it'll catch that and act as a catch basin. The impact scale and sighting on the neighborhood visual character, including views and vistas. This does not get into anybody's views and vistas. That 14 by 14 flat roof thing is tucked behind an existing roof, so the house that's up above it would not have their view impacted at all. The front porch, it makes no difference on anybody's view. Compatibility of proposed use. This is what people use these houses for. It's a 3-bedroom house. Most of them in the neighborhood are 3-bedroom or 2-bedroom houses, and there's no change to that in how the house will be used. Adequacy of method of sewage disposal, we're not affecting that. As I spoke to the drainage issue, no issues there. Impact on traffic, no problems there. No change to that. Noise and litter, typical construction practices, we'll deal with that during that point, but otherwise there's no impact whatsoever to noise and litter. And the adequacy of utilities and public services, there's just no change whatsoever.
Thank you. Is there anyone here today or in Microsoft Teams that would like to speak in favor of this application? If so, please indicate now you'd like to join the meeting.
I see no one that wishes to speak in favor.
I'll read the correspondence. First is a note. This is from Christine McCarthy, who is the collections assistant for the town of Chatham. She writes on November 2nd, attached you'll find a balance statement for FY23 personal property taxes owed by Timothy Good and Elias Madius. They are scheduled to go before the Zoning Board of Appeals on Thursday, November 3rd. And that is here. And it shows they owe the town $44.96. Then we have a memo. This is from Judith Giorgio. She writes on 11/1, I have reviewed the plan to add additions at this property. The existing property is considered 3 bedrooms. The addition of dormers on the proposed second floor room and calling it a bedroom is not acceptable. The original house and septic system were approved for 3 bedrooms. Approval by the Board of Health is required for the addition of a 4th bedroom. Then we have a memo. This is from Donna Shea. And she writes on November 1st, as the owner of 92 Pine Ridge Road, I wish to make some comments regarding the proposed addition to 93. I realize one of your main concerns is the amount of land covered by the dwelling. However, as a neighbor, our concerns focus on the size of the house. In 1956, I watched the original cottage of 3 small bedrooms and 1 small bath of approximately 980 square feet be constructed. In the early 1990s, that cottage was renovated with a new foundation and addition. Since that time, there has been another quote-unquote family room, bedroom, and full bath constructed from the basement space. With this proposed addition, we'll be looking at a large property with 3 living spaces, 2 dining rooms, 4 full baths, and 5 bedrooms, plus 4 outdoor areas of new front porch, 2 decks, and a ground level outdoor space off the lower level. All of this on the same size lot. Given the proposed front porch, rooftop deck, and lower patio/deck, we feel that there is more than adequate outdoor living space and are very opposed to the planned 12-foot round patio in the front yard. Both of our houses are close to the street, and I do not look forward to looking out my picture window at renters' fire pit parties. The outdoor space for the present house is all at the back and is more than adequate. The homeowners have been great neighbors. They really take care of their property and have been understanding when we have concerns regarding their renters. However, any home that has 3 living rooms, 2 dining rooms, and 5 bedrooms can easily resemble a small hotel. And that is the extent of the correspondence. I would now ask, is there anybody here on Microsoft Teams that wishes to speak either against this or has a specific question? Please indicate you would like to join the discussion.
Afternoon. Dan Bellucci, 83 Pine Ridge Road, next door neighbor. Tim and Elias have been great neighbors, very good, very respectful. Concerns that my wife and I have, you say they're adding a 3-season porch. Some of the renderings showed a roof deck. Our concern is that roof deck would look into our property. Is that the intent, or is it just going to be a flat roof, or it will be an entertaining area? Because we feel it would overlook our house and certainly the people, the abutters behind them. That was one question.
So, just on, the roof deck is intended to be a roof deck and off the bedroom, upstairs, the master bedroom. We do show that clearly on the plans.
Okay. Does that count towards living space or not?
No.
Does not. No. And I guess the second question is, it looks like there's a pretty big expansion of the deck, which is towards our property. Is that included in the footprint of the house, or is that not included?
The expansion of the deck is actually not at the level of the deck that is the porch, is the same deck that's there, essentially.
Same size?
You can, yeah, same size. But there is a deck at grade, so it's kind of like a patio at grade. So that's the difference. It looks larger because it's on grade. So,
Jay, do you have any concern about that statement?
No, the deck wouldn't count towards building coverage at all.
Okay.
It would not. But you're saying the deck is not going to be expanded? It's going to be the exact same size now? Okay.
Have your questions been answered?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Chris, did you want to answer the letter
letter?
here?
yeah. First of all, it is a three-bedroom house. It's acknowledged to be a three-bedroom house. I went online to see how it's being advertised. The rental agents are playing a little bit fast and furious with their wording, as is common. But it is a three-bedroom house. We acknowledge that. The bedroom that is, I showed you at the second floor, they purchased the house this way. It was there. It was a finished room. They were unaware that it was anything but a bedroom, but are willing to deal with that in order to either get these dormers or not have the dormers. So as far as that bedroom upstairs is concerned, it's already there, so it's just a matter of what we do. We may remove the wall of the yellow bedroom and leave it as an open space. That's one option, or take that and turn it into a closet. That was one of the other options. As for the 2 dining rooms, 3 living rooms, it's just not the case. It's not factually correct. They're entitled under Title V to have a dining room. One could arguably say that the first floor living room, which is dining and living, is the dining room. Or one could make the argument that the den is the dining room. They're entitled to that. There's no other dining room whatsoever but this. That's just a small breakfast nook that's there, and not really large enough for a real dining table, quite frankly, where it says dining. So that's a non-issue. The same thing with the living rooms. Again, we have the den and the living room. You can't pass through a bedroom to get to a bedroom, so we don't have the den as a bedroom. And downstairs, we have a bonus space of a rec room.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Sarah, was there any other individual on Microsoft Teams who wanted to speak either against or with a specific question?
I do not see anyone on Teams that would like to speak.
Okay. Questions from the board? Megan?
Can you put up the one that was just up there with the fire pit circle thingy? That's new, right? The fire pit circle thingy?
Yeah.
Okay, so is that what is causing the too close issue?
No, the fire pit is done, again, by right, it's patio.
Okay.
So it's, we show it because we like to be 100% transparent, and show
Yeah,
you what
but it's a patio.
our whole project
Yeah.
is.
Great.
But no, we're not seeking relief on that. None of the building or the structure encroaches on the setbacks.
Great, thank you.
Paul?
So, while the neighbor complains about the fire pit patio concept, it's not something that we have any control over?
Correct.
Okay. And there does seem to be a lot going on with this house on that location. And I take it is used as a rental primarily, but I'm a little uneasy about what's happening with the bedrooms and the walls and complying with the health agent's comments. Because I'm not quite clear on what's going to be happening here with the dormers. That's an existing bedroom, correct?
It is currently, and has been, as long as the current owners have had it, has always been a bedroom. They purchased the house with it as a finished space.
It just
So
was never approved as a
it
bedroom?
was apparently never approved. So, as far as we're concerned, we're willing to deal with this issue. And, Jay's not going to permit it without our dealing with this issue.
Mr. Chair, can I just say a couple of words? So,
Certainly.
so we don't have any record of that room being finished. It was unfinished space. At some point, it got finished as a bedroom. So we caught that during our review, and they have every right to eliminate that yellow bedroom and get it back to a 3-bedroom house, or or do whatever they have to in the eyes of the Board of Health to make that a fourth bedroom. So the space was previously unfinished, never permitted to be finished, but now today it exists as a finished room with beds in it, so. I don't know if that clears it up for
So
you at all.
so when you say it's been advertised as a three-bedroom house, what were the three bedrooms that were being advertised?
The three bedrooms that are being advertised presumably are the master bedroom, the yellow bedroom, and I believe the bedroom downstairs. I believe that's how it's intended, because the one that is on the far right side that we're discussing the dormers in is the one that's at question. It was an attic space that somebody somewhere along the way finished.
But it's always been a bedroom from their viewpoint.
Since
Your owner's
2014, when they purchased it, it's always been a bedroom.
So
They were not aware.
Were they considering it to be a bedroom when they were renting the place out?
At one point, they were, and because they thought it was, and they got a cease and desist letter from, probably from Jay or from the town, and that letter is on file.
And what prompted the cease and desist order, do you know?
Somebody sent a letter to the town saying that it had been advertised as 4 or 5 bedrooms, I don't know.
It
I
had
didn't
been-
see
It
the
had been
letter.
advertised as more than a three-bedroom home?
Yes, yeah, but no longer. I checked online, now it's advertised as 3 bedrooms. And if you go to Zillow, it's advertised as 3 bedrooms. If you go to rental.com or whatever, it's advertised as 3 bedrooms.
And I see that,
And it does have bonus spaces, and it talks about that. I've had a long conversation about, how that's used and, how that's discussed with the rental people, because the rental people are the ones that are, as I said, playing fast and furious with the games of what's a bedroom and what's not a bedroom. So,
It is in fact advertised on New England Vacation Rentals, Airbnb, and Zillow as 3 bedrooms.
Yes.
and the bonus areas are what?
I'm sorry?
The bonus areas were where?
The bonus areas are I believe probably this right side room that I thought was a bedroom, and then downstairs in the basement are bonus areas, because it's a walkout basement.
And how is the downstairs basement finished?
Half of it is finished on the side with the wood, where it says wood deck on grade. That side is finished. It's finished. I believe it has either an air hockey or foosball table in it, and a sofa. The room on the right is advertised as an office. I think there may be a bed in it. Again, that's one of the things that we have to check. I didn't do anything other than to casually go in and measure this out. And so I did not mark it because I didn't know what legally it was.
And then I see that you're anticipating that you're going to be removing or adjusting the size of the shed on the
Yes,
property.
that's the other thing, is that the shed is, in order to get the coverage that we want for the porch, the front porch, and the lanai, we know we have to remove the existing shed, which was, I think, built maybe 2 or 3 years ago, and either that or break it down to a point where it's 100 square feet. So we acknowledge that, we've got that on the plans, it's fully expected, and we know we have to do it.
And by reducing it to 100 square feet, would that make you then compliant with the revision to the bylaw
Yes,
with respect to the question of whether that's considered part of coverage?
yes, it complies with the new bylaw.
Has that bylaw been approved by the AGs?
My understanding is it has been, yeah.
I have no other questions.
Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Nixon. Mr. Cannon has answered all of my questions. I have no more.
Randy?
I have no questions.
Dave?
I have no questions, Dave.
Buck?
Buck has no questions.
Bill?
By the way, I think I think his looks really nice. I like the way it looks and how it will fit in the neighborhood. The one question I did have actually was very similar to what the neighbor said. Would there be any, I mean, you have a patio in the back that you could do a fire pit. What's the purpose of the patio in the front? I mean, where did that concept come from in your eyes?
Came from the owner, and I really never questioned it. Again, this is one of the things that I've found this board to be incredibly porch-friendly over the years, and partly because it creates a social, a social atmosphere for the houses, particularly when we've done Main Street Chatham homes or Stage Harbor homes. The porches invite social interaction. And I think that's part of the hope of the owner here, and the patio is just part of that.
Well, you have a porch. I mean, that,
Yeah, they do. They do. A wise fisherman once said, "Too much is always enough."
And then the point that I'm sorry, I didn't catch your last name, sir, but Mr. Bellucci brought up. Did you look at the height of that roof deck relative to the neighbors and what they would or wouldn't see? I mean, do you have a feel for that?
Yeah. I mean, one would have the same view out the window of the existing windows of the bedroom. So it's really not much different than those views. As you can see, you're actually standing slightly below the floor of the bedroom. So, I mean, I did not, it feels fairly well protected out there. I saw a lot of trees out there. I don't personally, I don't live there, but I didn't really feel the other houses as this being an imposition on them.
That's all I had, Dave.
Paul, did you want to ask any more questions? I'm not too sure you had your questions answered.
Well, I'm not sure I did either, but I don't have any more questions.
Okay, all right.
I'll move to close the hearing and move into deliberations.
Megan,
I'm good.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I thought you were. I'm not sure.
Dave Veach seconds the
We
motion.
need a vote. Buck?
Buck votes yes.
Paul votes yes.
Dave Thompson, yes.
Dave Veach votes yes.
And I vote yes. Okay. Mr. Thompson, deliberations.
Thank you, Mr. Nixon. I think it's a very nice project. I had the privilege of meeting one of the owners. Wouldn't mind having the house and the neighbor and the dog in my neighborhood. I think our criteria is pretty much has been met, and I'm in favor of it.
Randy?
Thank you. I think it meets the criteria, and I would speak to the issue of that extra bedroom, so to speak. That's been getting caught a lot now. I listen to a lot of the town meetings, and every time you try to do something with your property, everything gets scrutinized, and a lot of people have the areas that they've filled in, and you have to take it out or make it proper. And I don't think that's our purview necessarily as to whether it's more detrimental to the neighborhood in terms of the inside of the house, but it is in terms of the neighborhood if it's going to overtax the sewer, and that would be an issue. So the fact that there's going to be a building permit that will depend on whether or not that's taken care of properly, I wouldn't have any problem with it, so I would recommend it if I were voting.
Dave?
Yeah, it certainly meets all of our criteria. I couldn't find it to be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. I understand, I believe I understand the concerns that have been expressed by the neighbors, particularly when you get into rental use of properties and things that can exacerbate certain kinds of problems. But the fact, I mean, the patio is not something that we have control over necessarily. You can do that by right. that neighbor across the street is pretty close in many respects. The road's not very wide and all, but patios can be built right up to the lot line in town, so we don't get into that. And as far as the roof deck and the concerns of the neighbor on the other side, well, it meets the sideline setbacks for the zone. I don't think it's appropriate for us to step in and say that shouldn't be there for one reason or another. I think it should, if problems arise in the future, which is possible, but that can happen in any zone where if everything meets the sideline setbacks, you've got houses that are 30 feet apart, and you've got some outdoor living going on, and there sometimes might be some conflicts within neighborhoods, but I don't see that, I think this is a nice-looking project, and it's going to improve. I absolutely agree with Chris with what he says about porches. I think that's one of the real, it's one of the things about porches, is frequently porches don't get used very much. Now, that's a different thing. But they often get put on perhaps for show, but the show that they're putting on is a welcoming show, and I think that's an improvement most times. So I'm definitely going to support it for sure.
You think we could say the same thing about cupolas?
Absolutely not. Cupolas give a whole different,
Good luck having a party up in a cupola.
But
I have no problem with porches. And I think that the house visually looks very nice. R20 setbacks on the sidelines are 15 feet. That's not, we can't get any more protection. They're within all the specifications. I feel bad about a number of neighbors concerned about a patio in the front yard and a second floor deck, but a lot of strange things happen. Overall, is it substantially more detrimental? I can't agree with that, so I will support it.
Bill?
Yeah, clearly it's not substantially more detrimental. I do think it's a good-looking project. I just hope that they will get some consideration to what the neighbors' concerns are. Granted, they can do it, and, they may very well do it, and, they'll have to work it out in the long run. So the bedroom issue, I think, is something that the health department will, bring up, and you'll have to address it. Other than that, I like the looks of it, and if voting, I would support it.
Megan?
I agree with the previous speakers. I do not think it is more detrimental to the neighborhood. I think it's a beautiful project. I am a little uneasy about the roof deck, because if I were their neighbors, I might feel the same way, but I think that is probably left discussed between neighbors, because it's not something we have purview over. And also along the lines of something we may not have purview over, I would take a very good look at your rental listings.
Duly noted.
Paul?
Well, I was a little uneasy with some of the answers I was getting. Not so much that the answers weren't correct, but rather that we were finding out information which wasn't clearly apparent from the application or from what we were looking at on the blueprints. The idea that basement space actually had a sofa in it or a bed in the other room, that the property, I assume, was being used as a 4-bedroom home at least, if not more than that, given that there was a bedroom there that the owners apparently didn't know was not supposed to be there. So I'm a little uneasy about how much living space is being expanded here. So that's what has been concerning me a little bit. At the other hand, whether I could end up saying it's overall substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood, it seems as if the owners have been responsive to concerns that neighbors had. So I'm hoping that would continue, but I can also see that in the wrong hands, this could be a real problem. So that's what has made me a little concerned.
Yeah, I agree with you, Paul. You can advertise something as 3, or 2, or 4, or whatever it is, but then there's the conversation on the phone. And all of a sudden, you got, no problem, we got a pull-out couch and all of a sudden, things happen. So I understand that, but, as far as this application is concerned, and the fact that it'll be going through the Board of Health and through Jay and Sarah and everything else, at least in the short run, I feel good about it, but down the road, maybe not. Okay, let's talk about conditions, Paul.
Well, I'll move to close the hearing and move into deliberations. Have we done that?
Yes, we have.
We did. All
We just
right.
did it.
My golly.
That's why I was concerned about you having asked, did Paul really ask the questions he wanted to? So we gave you 3 chances, so that's it.
That should do it. You're right.
You'd hope so.
All right. What's your time frame for construction, and what are you anticipating you could do in terms of handling conditions that we normally would put on these properties?
Well, I think that the conditions that you imposed on I think it was the last case, were pretty much what I would expect. They do have rentals. They have 9 weeks of rental throughout the course of a year. That's all in the summer. Same people every year. One family does 6 weeks. And then the owners are here a couple weeks a year. They live in California, so it's not often they're here. Nobody's going to get a contractor prior to September. They don't exist. So I would expect that we would be looking at a September or October start, and this work would be done by June 30th, if not before.
All right, well, based on that, I would move approval of the application with the standard conditions that all construction activity and vehicles be contained on site or at a neighboring property with the permission of the property owner. That between June 30th and Labor Day, there'd be no exterior construction allowed, that no work would be permitted on weekends, and construction activity between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. only.
Dave Veach seconds.
Buck votes yes.
Paul?
I'm going to vote yes, based on the representations that have been made about how we're going to be complying with Board of Health regulations.
Yes.
Yeah, Dave Veach votes yes.
And I agree with Paul. I'll vote yes, but with a reservation. So unanimous decision. Thank you, Mr. Cannon.
Thanks so much.
Okay, Sarah, what? 22-091, please.
Application number 22-091, Red Right Return LLC, care of William G. Litchfield Esquire, 330 Orleans Road, North Chatham, Mass. 02650. Owners of property located at 63 Tappan Drive, also shown on the Town of Chatham's Assessor's Map 8B, Block 36, Lot T2. The applicant seeks to enlarge, extend, or change a conforming dwelling on a non-conforming lot via the demolition of the existing dwelling and the construction of a new dwelling.
Thank you.
The existing and proposed dwelling will comply with all bulk and dimensional requirements of the bylaw, but is considered a substantial alteration, and under the second except clause of Section 6 of Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, such substantial alteration requires the grant of a special permit. The existing building coverage is 1,433 square feet, 7.7%, and the proposed building coverage is 1,798 square feet, 9.6%, or 15% is the maximum allowed. The lot is non-conforming in that it contains 18,658 square feet of buildable upland, where 20,000 square feet is required in the R20 zoning district. A special permit is required under Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 6, and Section 5B of the protective bylaw.
Mr. Litchfield.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Bill Litchfield here on behalf of the applicants, which is technically a limited liability company, but in reality is Andy Baylor and Lori Fanning Smith, who are in the rear of the room. I don't usually do this at a zoning board of appeals hearing, but Mr. Baylor and Ms. Fanning Smith were, well, Lori made an honest man out of Andy. They were recently married, and that's
Well,
not
congratulations.
not any reason to grant relief, but I thought I would
But
pass that along.
impressive nonetheless.
Based on the last hearing, I thought we were doing well. We have a porch for socialization. We have 3 bedrooms and only 3 bedrooms. And then Mr. Nixon used the C word, the cupola. And I said, well, we'll deal with that as necessary. But this is a fairly straightforward hearing. Laurie and Andy would like to build a house on this location which matches the site. The house is not much. If you went around to the backyard, you saw that it has a lovely view out on Bucks Creek. And they would like to construct something that matches the site. It is what we call a Bjorkland or Bransford hearing. Everything we're proposing to do meets all setbacks, all bulk and dimensional setbacks. The lot has 23,000 square feet, but it only has 18,000 and change square feet of buildable upland. Thus, we are happy to be in front of you. But that is what is proposed there, a attractive and very isolated house. As you know, it's at the end of a dirt road. And I'll acknowledge right now that we've already had a discussion with neighbors about restoring the road. The road is in rough shape now from ongoing construction. It's never been in good shape, but Laurie and Andy anticipate smoothing out anything that results from their construction work. So that is the site. We are building almost on the footprint, except that the left corner, we're going to fill in thank you, Sarah, where the cursor is, which is now not a house, is going to be squared off. So we have a reasonably small-sized house covering 9.6% of the buildable upland, where 15% is allowed. So I will go into the criteria as to adequacy of site, including building coverage and setbacks. Almost every lot in the neighborhood is non-conforming, but this is one of the largest lots in the area. The site is certainly adequate for what's there now and for residential use. If you approve the special permit, you can do so based on the finding the site remains adequate for the new home, which meets, again, all dimensional setbacks, height, and similar requirements. That is, it's completely compliant as to zoning. As to compatibility of the size of with the neighborhood, on the 3rd page of the handout, there's a chart. Again, the lot is larger than most, with a relatively small single-story house covering 7.7% of buildable upland, 6% of the total lot. The coverage, if you approve the special permit, will still only be at 9.6% of the buildable upland, well below the maximum allowed, and it remains lower or less than all but 2 in the area. The gross floor area of the house, including the walkout basement, and the living area are still compatible with other houses. As to the extent of increase in nonconformity, there is none. Our only nonconformity is the slight paucity of buildable upland, but there is no increase in nonconformity, rather it's totally conforming. As to suitability of the site, impact on the natural environment, obviously the Sulphur Springs, Bucks Creek area is to the northwest, I guess it is, west generally, but the house itself is, the existing house and the proposed house are both out of the no disturb zone, but they are within the adjacent upland resource area. So we've had a very minor expansion. It's been reviewed and approved by the Conservation Commission. No work, obviously, is proposed within the NDZ. I believe that the Conservation Commission finally wrote its order of conditions yesterday, and the chair will read a letter to that effect. As to scale of siting mass and views and vistas, what is there now is a fairly unremarkable mid-70s Cape Ranch. Doesn't, I don't think, do justice to the site. It is without impact on views and vistas, although it has very nice views. If you approve the special permit, while the mass increases somewhat from the addition of a 3/4 story above, the scale certainly remains appropriate. It's at the end of a private way. It's without impact on streetscape views or vistas, and Laurie and Andy, probably more Laurie, have spoken to a number of their neighbors, and they've discussed the plans with them, and the chair will read letters of support in that regard. As to compatibility of use, it continues on as residential use. We have town water at Title V for 3 bedrooms. There's no change there, and there's a Board of Health letter to that effect. So the question, as you know, is whether the proposed new house with greater but still consistent living area is substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the current structure on a marginally non-conforming lot. The proposed house, again, meets all requirements of our bylaw and is part of a gradual evolution of a neighborhood that was once just summer cottages to year-round living. It will be built, again, almost entirely in the existing footprint and in a location where, while it's an attractive house, nobody's going to see it anyway, except for Andy and Lori on their front porch for socialization. So in light of the criteria and plans and in this location, particularly in light of the neighborhood support, I think you can find the proposed house is not substantially more detrimental. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Litchfield. Is there anyone here on Microsoft Teams who would like to speak in favor of this application? Please indicate now.
I see no one that wishes to speak in favor.
All right, I'll read the correspondence. The first is from Nicole Smith, Conservation. She writes on November 1st, this application will be receiving an order of conditions at the 11/2 work session. The plans submitted to the CBA match those approved by Conservation. Memo from Judith Giorgio. She writes on 11/1, I have reviewed the plan to demo and rebuild. Proposed house plan will not add septic flow to the existing 3-bedroom septic. I have no concerns. Then we have a memo. This is from Lynn O'Brien, 12 Nickerson Lane. She writes on November 2nd, I live in Harding Shores at 12 Nickerson Lane and writing in support of Lori and Andy. I have seen their plans and believe the home is very much in keeping with all the homes on the water in Bucks Creek. I found the home in keeping with the neighborhood in its size and style. Also, it will be a beautiful addition to an area that has not been maintained. I hope you will give them full approval to build this beautiful home. Many thanks. Then we have a memo. This is from Nancy Carroll, 106 Marshfield Road. She writes on November 2nd, and writing into support, I believe that the rebuild of the structure would be very much in keeping with the area and precious coastline. In 2002, we purchased a cottage in the adjacent Harding Hills neighborhood, where we lived year-round ever since. The 63 Tappan Drive property overlooks our neighborhood, dock, and common area. Many homes nearby have been renovated or rebuilt. The submitted plans are fairly modest in comparison to the other houses nearby. Their proposed draft utilizes the existing footprint with the addition of a waterfront porch and pool. Who wouldn't want to take advantage of this peaceful location and incredible views overlooking Bucks Creek? I've known Lori for over 15 years, about the 30. Our children were classmates. As friends and respected business owners, Lori and Andy are known for approaching all projects with quality and good taste. I have no doubt that this will be executed in the same fashion. Therefore, I strongly endorse their efforts to make a beautiful home in Chatham for their blended family. Then we have a note. This is from Jim and Danielle Kassinger. They read on October 31st. Well, they're writing to Lori. It was great catching up with you and Andy earlier today to review the proposed plans. The project looks great, and we don't have any questions. Best of luck with the meeting later this week. Stay in touch. Then we have a note. This is from Karen Christensen, and she writes on October 13th, thank you so much for sending us the plan. This is again to Lori. It looks really lovely, and I'm sure it'll be a great addition to Tappan Drive. The footprint of the house looks great for the lot size, and the style of the house is just perfect for the neighborhood. We look forward to having you over to our place once it's ready. Then we have an email. This is from William Litchfield. No, it's not. It's got to be from Helen Athanas. That makes more sense. On November 1st, my name is Helen Athanas, and I live at 10 Tappan. I've been here for going on 20 years and have seen many homes built through the years. After reviewing the plans of Andy and Lori's residence, I have no reservations about supporting the request for a variance. It appears to be both tasteful and in keeping with the area. Again, another email. This is from Marcy Ruddy. She writes on November 1st, as the owner of 18 Tappan, I'm writing into support of the request of Andy and Lori to replace the existing structure with a new modest home. The plans are, the plans appear well thought out and fitting for the surroundings. from the legal notice, I understand that the new house will comply with all requirements of our bylaw, and that the only nonconformity involved is the size of their lot, which obviously will not change. I hope the board will approve their request. The project will certainly not be in the least detrimental and will instead be an improvement to our neighborhood. And that's the extent of the correspondence. Is there anyone in the audience here on Microsoft Teams who wishes to speak either against this or has a specific question? If so, please indicate you'd like to join the meeting.
There is no one with a question or that wants to speak in opposition.
Okay, questions from the board? Dave?
I have no questions, Dave.
Buck?
No questions.
Bill?
No questions.
Megan?
No questions.
Paul?
Yes, I have a question. Who came up with the name Sulphur Springs?
That is an excellent question, and I don't know. It's always been Bucks Creek, Sulphur Springs, and, you know, sort of interchangeable. You live closer to it than I do.
I'm disappointed. I thought if anybody would know, you would know, but no?
Mr. Riley's looking at his phone, so he probably doesn't know, and Mr. Thompson is the only native
Mr.
here.
Mr.
I
Thom-
honestly don't know.
Do we have to rely on Mr. Thompson for an answer? I guess we
I
may have
have
to.
total
huh?
deference to this board, Mr.
That was my only question, thank you.
Thank you.
Was that the odor from the sulfur that was rising up?
That's what I was thinking.
Reasonable.
Swamp gas? I don't know. I have no questions.
Yeah, right. They can't wait. It's too late now. Forget it. Forget it.
Kills off all the bugs, right? Good.
Any questions? Questions? No, okay. All right.
I'll move to close the hearing and move into deliberations.
Dave Veach seconds.
Need a vote? Buck?
Buck votes yes.
All votes yes?
Dave Thompson, yes.
Dave Veach votes
And
yes.
yes. Deliberations, Bill?
Certainly not substantially more detrimental, and if I were voting, I would support it fully.
Megan?
I would definitely support it, and I'm excited to see an application from people I know are going to live in the house all year.
Yes, I agree. It's certainly not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. It's actually interesting. You go up Tappan, and suddenly you see this huge foundation up there, which is not their house. And then you go to the left, and you go up to the area that's going in. It's the foundation is one that we approved earlier. But wow, it's a big foundation.
Is it too big?
Well,
We'll have to ask
Too
you
late
to look
now.
at that. That's right. Okay.
I think it's a great idea, and I will support it.
Randy?
I agree with everyone else, and I'd support it by voting.
Yeah, it meets all of our applicable criteria. I wanted, just to take a second, I wanted to comment in the last one, but this is pretty much the same neighborhood. You know, driving around on Bucks Creek Hills there and the road stuff, it just struck me how that neighborhood is like it's like a history lesson. They've got houses all the way from Cape Ranches, one floor, all the way through the latest Polhemus and Savory cottage reinvention kind of thing, and everything in between. And it's kind of like you drive around and you're just reading the difference in what people have expected from houses over the last 50 years or so, and how it's changed. Enough said. That's-
I guess we'll call it a melting pot.
Yeah.
It's not substantially, or it's not more substantially detrimental to the neighborhood. I'll support it.
Okay. Conditions?
what's the plan in terms of construction, Bill?
You would not plan on starting until after Labor Day of this coming year, is that correct?
We would love to start earlier if possible and stop for the summer if we could get going.
Then we could accept the standard condition, we may start, but we'll cease on June 30th and we won't be done by June 30th.
All right, then I will move approval of the application as submitted with the conditions that all construction activity and vehicles would be contained on site or at a neighboring property with the permission of the property owner. That between June 30th and Labor Day, there would be no exterior construction allowed, that no work would be permitted on weekends, and construction activity would be between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. only.
Dave Veach seconds.
Buck votes yes.
Paul votes yes.
Dave Thompson, yes.
Dave Veach votes
I
yes.
vote yes, that's a unanimous decision.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Litchfield. Sarah, 22-096, please.
Application number 22-096, Cleanfield Capital LLC, care of William F. Riley Esquire, P.O. Box 707, Chatham, Mass. 02633. Owner of property located at 1151 Old Queen Anne Road, also shown on the Town of Chatham's Assessor's Map 6H, Block 14A, Lot 1A. The applicant seeks to extend an unpaved path and install at-grade steps as allowed by special permit under Section 4A3A of the Protective Bylaw. The lot contains 84,217 square feet in the R60 zoning district. A special permit is required under Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 9, and Section 8D2B of the Protective Bylaw.
Mr. Riley.
Good afternoon, Bill Riley on behalf of the Barshi Nandi, who's Clearfields LLC. This application is a leftover in the memory of Alice Hiscock, for those of you who knew her. Back in the beginning of the conservation era, 1973, the Chatham Conservation Commission would deny projects all the time, and the state would overturn that. So Alice had the idea of, well, let's put it all in the zoning bylaw, because then the state can't overturn it. And so now we have unpaved paths requiring zoning board of appeals approval. So if you would scroll a little bit to the right so you can see the cross-section, please, Sarah. So this is what we're talking about. A treated 8x8 beam held in place with rebar, loam and seed between the steps. I don't think it's substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. Is it in keeping with the future intent of the bylaw? So unless you want me to keep talking about an unmowed path.
No more talk. Thank you, Mr. Riley. And no eye rolling, pouting, or whining. Thank you very much.
What, who, me?
No, yes, you. Okay, anybody here like to speak about this in favor?
There's no one that wishes to speak in favor.
All right, I'll read the correspondence. This is from Nicole Smith, Conservation. She writes on November 1st, this project was approved and is slated to have an order of conditions issued 11/2/2022. However, the plans do not match the conservation plan that has a date of 10/18/2022 and includes a kayak rack at the bottom of the steps. Explanation, Mr. Riley?
My plan says remove the deck, 9/22/22, so I don't know anything about a kayak rack. I mean, this plan doesn't show a kayak rack, so
All right, we'll continue without a kayak rack. Okay?
yeah, I think what happened was the members of the Conservation Commission said they didn't like the kayak rack, so then Dave Clark redid the plan without the kayak rack on it.
Okay.
He also had a small deck, commonly referred to as a party deck, if you can imagine somebody having fun out there.
Yes. Mr. Clark, could you clarify this, please?
I'd be happy to. So Conservation Commission didn't like the deck we showed on the plan, so that has been removed. At the second to last hearing, they had concerns about all the boats on the beach and possible damage to the vegetation by the boat, so they asked if we could put a kayak rack on the plan. So the kayak rack was approved by Conservation, and that was just a revision that was done last week, so there wasn't time to get a revised plan to the zoning board
Okay.
before
Okay.
this meeting.
All right, thank you for the explanation. Okay, so is there anyone, let's see, yeah, here or in Microsoft Teams that wishes to speak against this or has a specific question?
I see no one with a question or that wants to speak in opposition.
Okay, then we'll have questions. Buck?
Buck has no questions.
Bill?
No questions.
Megan?
No questions.
Paul?
So are we being asked to approve with or without a kayak rack?
I don't think the kayak rack needs approval.
So it's without, we're not approving with a kayak rack?
Well, since we don't, since we're not showing the kayak rack, I don't know. We didn't include it in the application, so I don't know how you can approve it.
Jay, do you
So
agree with that?
we're not
Oh, sorry,
approving with a kayak rack? Is that
Yeah, we didn't include it in the application.
okay?
Ah, all right,
No other questions?
right, okay.
I think it's a great idea.
No.
we
Any
doing?
questions?
Do you have any questions? No,
Okay, Randy?
sorry.
So I just want to clarify with Jay about the kayak rack. Does that have to get a permit, or does it not have to get a permit? Are they going to have to come back?
Well, they don't have it shown on the plan, so I don't see this before the board today.
In the event they want to put a kayak rack, do they have to get a permit?
It depends on where they're putting it. I don't think a building permit necessarily would be necessary, but I'm not saying zoning relief might not be required.
Depends where they want to put it.
Depends on where they're putting it.
Thanks.
I have no questions, Dave.
Okay,
I'll move to close the hearing and move into deliberations.
Dave Veach seconds.
Buck approves.
Paul approves?
Dave Thompson approves.
Dave Veach approves.
I approve too. Okay. Deliberations. Megan?
I don't think it's significantly more detrimental, and I think it meets our qualifications.
Paul?
I think it meets all our criteria.
I agree.
As do I.
And I agree too. Although I think a kayak rack is probably a good idea there, rather than boats lining the shore, but take that when it comes, I guess.
Yeah, right.
And I love 8x8 timbers with rebar reinforcements, so I'll support it.
Okay, Bill.
I agree.
You haven't seen the kayak rack yet. When do you see this kayak rack?
Perhaps I spoke too soon.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, I'll move to approve the application as submitted.
Dave Veach seconds.
Buck votes yes.
Paul votes yes.
Dave Thompson, yes.
Dave Veach votes yes.
I vote yes, that's a unanimous decision, Mr. Romney.
I can tell you about Sulphur Springs if you want. Bill Toby, who began practicing here in 1938, told me that the name came from up at the head of the creek. There was an area that occasionally smelled of sulfur, and that's why they called it Sulphur Springs. That's what Bill Toby told me.
Well, right, I
there
think
you
Andy
go.
and Laurie have left, so.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Can we ask another question of the answer man?
Sure.
So who was Lydia of Lydia's Cove?
She was a woman of ill repute who took care of the fishermen.
That's good lore.
Okay, Sarah, how about 22-074, please?
Application number 22-074, DCH Properties LLC, care of William F. Riley Esquire, P.O. Box 707, Chatham, Mass. 02633. Agreed vendee of property located at 305 Main Street and 15 School Street. Also shown on the Town of Chatham's Assessor's Map 16C, Block 60, Lot 33. The applicant seeks to enlarge, extend, or change non-conforming dwellings on a non-conforming lot. The existing dwelling at 305 Main Street is non-conforming in that it is located 20.8 feet from Main Street, 12.4 feet from the westerly abutter, and within the setback to the Coastal Conservancy District floodplain elevation 11. The proposed addition to the dwelling at 305 Main Street will be non-conforming in that they will be located 16.4 feet from the road where a 25-foot setback is required. And the installation of a new foundation will increase the building height within the required 15-foot westerly abutter setback. The existing dwelling at 15 School Street is non-conforming as to road and abutter setbacks and will remain unchanged. The existing unnumbered dwelling to be demolished is non-conforming in that it is located 12.7 feet from the southerly abutter and within the Coastal Conservancy District. The proposed reconstructed dwelling will be non-conforming in that it will be located partially within the Coastal Conservancy District where a 50-foot setback is required. Also proposed is the construction of a new driveway as allowed by special permit under Section 4A3D of the bylaw. The existing building coverage is 2,941 square feet, 17.1%, and the proposed building coverage is 2,727 square feet, 15.9%, where 15% is the maximum allowed. The lot is nonconforming and that it contains 3 dwelling units where 1 would be allowed and contains 17,156 square feet of buildable upland where 20,000 square feet is required in the R20 zoning district. A special permit is required under Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Sections 6 and 9, and Sections 5B and 8D2B of the Protective Bylaw. This was continued from September 8th, 2022.
Mr. Riley?
Good afternoon, Bill Riley, on behalf of Chris and Deb Houghton, who are here in the back of the room. They are, as we say in the biz, agreed vendees of this property. And they retained the services of the noted architect Karen Kempton to work with them. This building, I don't know how familiar you are with it, but it's in pretty tough shape physically. It's my understanding that, at least according to the Form B that was filed with the Historic Commission, it was used as a rooming house supervised by Otis Russell.
So Lydia was there?
I beg your pardon?
Lydia was there?
And
Probably was.
Yes, but she didn't practice her trade there. Anyway, so the sill of the building, the foundation, is 4 feet below the level of Main Street. So for over 100 years, water's been draining from Main Street down against the foundation. So the foundation is not in very good shape. The sills on the front of the building aren't in good shape. There are other problems with it. But the Houghtons have a slight streak of masochism, and they thought this is the perfect job for them to take on. So they hired Karen to help them with the design. The goal of the property is they want to elevate the building. Initially, they wanted to elevate it 4 feet, but the members of the Historic Commission weren't happy with that, and some neighbors weren't happy with it. So they reduced what they're going to do in terms of elevating the building from 4 feet to 2 feet. We had several meetings with the Historic Commission, and Karen did several redesigns to come up with our current design here. The last addition, at the request of the commission, was to add a faux chimney in the same location where there's an existing chimney now. But Karen is going to describe the changes. Basically, they're going to remove the rear L entirely and replace it with the L that Karen designed. There's a cottage. If you look on your site plan, there's an existing cottage that's down close to the wetland, right there. That cottage is going to be removed. So that cottage has like 995 square feet building coverage, and the replacement cottage is right there. Has 550 square feet. So building coverage is actually going down. So I'm going to ask Karen to describe the work she did with the Houghtons, and then we can look at the criteria after that. Karen?
Okay. If you can scroll up a little bit, Sarah.
Do you want it back on this?
No, this is good. Good afternoon, I'm Karen Kempton. Oh, thanks. Architect for Deb and Chris Howden. The goal when I first met with the Howdens was to preserve and restore the front Greek revival and the front L. As the rear L, which you can see right here, it was not architecturally significant and not original to the main Greek revival structure. So we discussed removing it and building a new L in its place. The rear L has been altered many times over the years and has been used as a separate dwelling unit and also has a different floor height from the main house. So if we can go to the front elevation. As you can see from the number of revised plans that were submitted previously, we have made significant changes to the plans and elevations of the rear L and have received approval from the Chatham Historic Commission for this project in the Old Village. As Bill said, we had originally proposed to lift the house 4 feet higher from its present location to allow for better drainage and be level with the sidewalk. So this is Main Street here. We were going to go up to that level. The Historic Commission asked us to just raise it 2 feet so we can have the drainage that we need, but it will still be in the hollow, which was important for them. The maximum building height is elevation 45.7, and we are proposing 41.7. So we are 4 feet lower than what is allowed. The actual structure height remains the same, as the gable-fronted mass and L facing Main Street will be preserved. We are also proposing adding a front porch, which, although brings us 4 feet closer to Main Street at the northeast corner, we feel this is an historically appropriate addition, which helps break the scale of the house and becomes more approachable from Main Street. However, more importantly, it acts as the connector piece as the wraparound porch. Doesn't stay on. So this piece wraps around and becomes the connector to the rear L. So that's that roof line there. And that is something the Historic Commission likes to see, a separation between old and new. The new rear L is proposed to replace the existing L, which is in a state of great disrepair. The new rear L is similar in scale and size as the existing rear L and is 6 feet further back from the 50-foot setback to the wetlands. Our original proposal included second-floor living space over the L, but after listening to the concerns of the neighbors and the CHC, the Howdens decided to forego adding second-floor living space. This decision allowed us to drop the rear of the L ridge height similar in scale to the existing. So the left elevation facing School Street is back to the 1.5-story structure. Also on the right elevation, you can see that the basement elevation is 3 feet below grade, which significantly lessens the massing of the structure. Originally, it was a full-story walkout, so by dropping it by raising only 2 feet instead of 4 feet, we've reduced the scale of the rear as well. We are also proposing to demolish the existing 2-story cottage, if you can bring up the cottage plan, and rebuild it out of the 50-foot setback to the wetlands and further away from the 15 School Street dwelling. The new cottage will conform to the School Street setback and will remove the present non-conforming setback to the south. Because the cottage is still in the floodplain, we will conform to floodplain construction requirements. So the first floor will be elevated to elevation 12.9 to stay above the 11-foot floodplain contour. The living space of the cottage has been reduced by 55 square feet, and the building coverage of the structure has been reduced by 445 square feet by adding a second floor. The cottage will sit 9 feet below School Street, and only the second floor windows and the roof line will be visible from the road. So as you're coming down School Street, this would be the street elevation here, and that will be what you see. However, there's very tall hedge there as well, so most of it will pretty much be hidden except maybe the dormer roof line. We are using the same style architecture as the historic Greek revival of the main house. We have reduced the building coverage from 17.1% to 15.9%. We hope that you find these structures are attractive in scale and not substantially detrimental to the neighborhood, but they're attractive renovations and additions in character of the neighborhood and especially the Old Village as approved by the Chatham Historic Commission.
Thank you, Karen. So I'll run through the criteria. Adequacy of the size of the site in terms of the proposed use. The applicant believes that the size of the site is adequate for the proposed project because the building coverage is actually being reduced by 200 square feet. The removal of the existing cottage with a building coverage of 995 square feet is located partially in the no disturb zone, and it will be replaced by a smaller cottage of 550 square feet. So it's got a smaller
That's
footprint.
going to be a real small car.
Yeah, I know, yeah, a little typo there. It's funny, we read these things 3 times, but missed that 0. The cottage meets appropriate setbacks and height limits. The main building, the antique, does not meet current setbacks from Main Street, but all additions do meet the setback requirements. And the proposed ridge elevation, as Karen mentioned, is 4 feet below the maximum allowed on the property. The building is being elevated 2 feet to alleviate some of the problems created by the fact that the building's below the grade of Main Street and has to deal with stormwater draining from Main Street towards the building. Compatibility of the size of the proposed project with the neighboring properties. And let me see if they, good. All right, so the 3 most prominent neighboring properties, 296 Main Street, which is directly across the street, 314 Main Street, which is a little bit west of our project on the diagonal, and 285 Main Street, which is across School Street, fronts on Main Street, but it's across School Street from this property, are all substantially larger than the existing structure, and I have, their net areas on the 3rd sheet to my handout. So our structure is gaining living space because the elevated building is going to have a full basement under the main building and the new well. But the 1st and 2nd floors, as viewed from Main Street, will be approximately similar to what they are today. Accordingly, we believe the proposed project is compatible with the neighboring properties. Extent of proposed increase in the non-conforming nature of the structure or use. As you know, there's a substantial increase in the living area in the building, which is non-conforming. Although our lot area has a record area of 27,000 square feet, it is less than 20,000 square feet of buildable upland, which makes it non-conforming. Therefore, the increase in the living area is an intensification of the non-conforming use. Elevating the building to put on a new foundation can also be considered an increase in the non-conforming nature of the structure. Suitability of the site, including but not limited to impact on the neighboring properties, on the natural environment, including slopes, vegetation, wetlands, groundwater, water bodies, and stormwater runoff. So we have an adjacent, as you look at the site plan, we have an adjacent wetland, and the floodplain comes up into the property from the mill pond. So so what we've done in that respect is that the cottage that's being removed is partially in the NDZ. The line that runs through that cottage is 50 feet from the wetland. So we moved the building completely away from that. We can't move it, we'd move it up the hill to get out of the floodplain entirely, but zoning makes us stay back 25 feet from the street. So that's as close as we could get, as far as we could get, because we have the leach area to the left there, so we didn't have any room to move it further away. But so the we don't think there are any substantial concerns about runoff from the proposed construction that would cause sedimentation into the adjacent wetland. We have a driveway that would interfere with the runoff, and we're going to do silt fences and hay bale barriers between the construction and the adjacent wetland. They're also going to take protective measures between the wetland and the cottage to be demolished. The proposed project's been approved by the Chatham Conservation Commission And they're going to require us to maintain protective barriers between the building sites and the adjacent wetlands. And as Karen mentioned, the cottage is going to be built according to FEMA requirements. So impact of scale, siting, and mass on neighborhood visual character, including views, vistas, and streetscapes. This project has spent, this property has spent a lot of time in front of the Historical Commission and this zoning board. The owners of the building came before you a couple of times, and they worked with the Historic Commission through a couple of different designs. And we think that Karen has done a great job incorporating the concerns of the Historic Commission, and as have the Houghtons, accepting the recommendations of the Historic Commission and following through. So, for instance, the Historic Commission consults with the preservationist at the Cape Cod Commission, a woman named Sarah Korjeff. And she had made recommendations which were incorporated in from the original design that the owners had presented. And then we made some changes, and she made further recommendations with which the Houghtons accepted. She was very concerned about the 4-foot elevation change and how that would look, not to the street, but how it would look to the properties in the National Register District. They would be looking at the back of the building. And so when she raised that concern, that's when the Houghtons took the L, which is on the far right side of the rear elevation there, and removed what had been a proposed second floor so that it remains very subordinate to the antique. And because the building's only going up 2 feet, there's going to be a deck between, which is that line that runs through the doorways there, so that if you were on a property to the south of this, looking at the building, that's what you would see. And it was after we made those changes that the Historic Commission approved Karen's design, provided she added the faux chimney. So, in any event, so the impact of the scale, siting, and mass on neighborhood visual character, including views, vistas, and streetscapes. So, if you look at the property from Main Street, aside from the addition of the covered porch and the extension of the L roof to meet the ridge of the existing building, I mean, those are really changes that over time won't even be noticeable to people going by. They think, what a handsome antique. So as you view it from Main Street, we think the scale, siting, and mass are as if the building really never changed. I mean, coming up 2 feet is a very modest change. And once the Houghtons accepted the concerns of the preservationist, so that the rear of the building, particularly the L, the new L, if you want to show the rear elevation, Sarah, is much less imposing than it was. The initial design had another floor and had a garage under, and so the Houghtons have given that up because they wanted the building to be modern for living, but as close to the original structure and its impact, scale, siting, and mass as they could make it, while still having, a livable home for them. So we believe that Karen's design, as directed by the Houghtons, has accomplished that, and the changes that we're proposing are not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing structure. Compatibility of the proposed use with neighboring uses, it's a single-family residence, main building is, and it's going to be used as that by the Houghtons. There are cottages up and down School Street, and so our maintaining that little cottage is, again, very much in keeping with the neighborhood. The 15 School Street, which is technically part of this property, was a rental cottage for many, many years. The Emerson family is going to maintain ownership of that, and I assume they're going to rent it, but they may use it as a vacation home as well. And if you continue down School Street, there are other cottages, it used to be called the Breathwood Cottages, were next south from that property. So having a cottage, whether it's used for guests or a rental, is very much in keeping with the neighborhood. The method of sewage disposal, the source of water and drainage. The septic system was recently upgraded by the current owners of the property and are adequate for the proposed use. The drainage from the property will be governed by the Conservation Commission order conditions. But we'll be doing some engineering around the building to make sure to keep the Main Street drainage away from the foundation. Impact on traffic flow and safety, because the main building, including the L, is not going to be used for rental, be used by the Houghton family. We think there'll be a reduction in traffic flow from the years when it was a rooming house. Noise and litter, again, we think there'll be an improvement. There's going to be principally a single-family residence. Adequacy of utilities and other public services, again, we think everything's adequate. And then 12, for those dwellings located in the floodplain, we have to respond to what's the extent of lateral expansion and the extent to which lateral expansion impacts the impervious area of the site. Here, we're actually reducing the building coverage, and we're moving buildings as far away from the wetland. We just have a small portion of the little cottage in the 50 to 100. You can see the dashed line that goes through the corner. So we think that we've actually reduced the impervious area. I mean, the driveway is stone or gravel or shell. So everything, the patio around the back door, we show that, is pervious. So we think that overall, we think there's been a reduction in impervious area. So that would be our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Is there anyone here today or in Microsoft Teams that would like to speak in favor of this application? If so, please indicate if you'd like to join the meeting.
Mr. Lear would like to speak.
Mr. Lear.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Nixon. I certainly credit the Houghtons for doing a wonderful job cleaning up what has been an eyesore for many years. And I would sort of add to Mr. Riley's comment about traffic, that anything is an improvement over the motor scooter rental that was down there some years ago. However, I have a question about the chimneys and related to the Historical Commission. And I was recused from the Historical Commission, so I'm speaking as an abutter from 296 Main Street. And Mr. Riley did mention the faux chimney, which is shown on the drawings. I believe it was supposed to be where the existing chimney is now, and I do not believe that that is the case. And secondly, there is a large new chimney on the right side, which my recollection from listening to the Historical Commission hearings was not going to be continued. So my question is, what's the status of those two chimneys?
I can respond to that. We thought the faux chimney was where the other chimney was, and if the Historic Commission would like us to relocate it, we'll be happy to do that. I think Karen put it on the ridge because that seemed to make the most sense as a center chimney. But it's a faux chimney, we can put it anywhere they want us to put it, so we're happy to do that. The chimney on the west side was discussed with the Historic Commission, and they didn't ask us to remove it, so we didn't remove it. So the plan you have in front of you is the plan that was signed by the chairman of the Historic Commission today. So as a, an approved plan. Again, if they want us to move the faux chimney, we'll move the faux chimney.
Okay, my last information was that the chairman had not signed the plan to approve it, so if that's what happened, then fine, that answers my question.
Yes, Bob, Mr. Messina, the chairman of the Historic Commission, sorry, this is Sarah Clark, did come into the office today to endorse the plans for the CHC and has written correspondence to the zoning board regarding such.
Okay, and I would also just add, I think there's correspondence from the Old Village Association that Sarah got recently regarding conditions, which would be your standard conditions. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else, sir?
We have Fred Miller that would like to speak.
Okay.
Hi, thank you. Fred Miller, 285 Main Street. I also appreciate what the Mountains have done to find a way to restore a home that needs to be restored. But I do have a question that I may have misheard Bill Riley. Bill, that the Emersons are retaining the cottage across from my driveway. I think that's 15 School. What I don't understand is that I understand they were also putting a little parking area in there, and all of the conservation approval was around plantings for the entire property. Could someone just clarify that for me, please? Thank you.
I can clarify it, I guess. I mean, because Fred, why don't you put the site plan back up, Sarah, so Fred can see it? Can you see the screen here, Fred?
Yes, sir. Thanks, Bill.
Okay, so we do show a parking area on the north side of the cottage. The cottage is number 15. The Emersons wanted to retain ownership of that cottage. So what we're actually doing is creating a condominium on the site where the Houghtons will own 305 in the new cottage, and the Emerson family will continue to own 15 as condominium units. So I think the parking has always been shown on all the plans. I haven't paid much attention to it because it's not the Houghtons deal, but it's always been there and it's been approved by conservation.
Thanks, Bill, because that parking is really needed. It's a hazard the way it is now. So thank you very much.
You're welcome, Fred.
Anyone else, sir?
I see no one else that wishes to speak in support.
Okay, then I'll read the correspondence first from Nicole Smith. She writes, on November 3rd, the commission, here we're talking about conservation, did not issue the order of conditions for 305 Main yesterday. They wanted more time to review the permit. The project is approved, and the permit will be issued November 9th. And then this has to do with what Bill was talking about Frank Messina. And Sarah had mentioned that he was in the office today. Initially, the note on November 1st from Frank read, technically, the Historical Commission has not completed its review and no determination has been issued, as we are awaiting drawings reflecting the agreement that the approval, quote unquote, was based on. These drawings do not agree with our determination. Then he has written in hand, revised drawings dated 10/18/22 were reviewed 11/1/22 and reviewed today on 11/3/22. The additional, what is that word? I guess changes.
Let's go with changes.
All right, the additional changes do not impact
Well,
the
Buck's an engineer, you can always have Buck read it, because Frank's an engineer too.
This was, yeah, but Buck writes very legible things. The additional conditions or changes, do not impact the historic significance of the approved application, and Frank has signed it 11/3/22. Okay, then we have the planning board. They sent us a note on September 6th. This is from Catherine Halpern, their chair. Planning board at their August 22, 2022 meeting reviewed the ZBA's request for comment. After review of the request, the board voted 6-0 to send a positive recommendation with the condition that the driveway be constructed of a permeable material and shall be constructed in a manner which permits the unobstructed flow of water. There we go. Then we have a note from Judith Giorgio, Board of Health, on 9/6. I reviewed the plan to rebuild this existing dwelling and rebuild the existing cottage. The plans as proposed do not appear to increase the septic flow. However, floor plans of the existing dwellings will need to be reviewed to confirm this. Plans for the relocation of the existing leaching trenches must be reviewed and approved by the Health Department prior to construction approvals. This is another email that's from Merritt and Jay Weber, 65 Hallway Street. They write on November 3rd, we're writing to express our support. I am familiar with the proposed plans as well as the current state of the house. I believe the proposed changes will not only improve the house dramatically, but will positively improve the main street and will be in keeping with the beauty of the town. Thank you for your consideration. Then we have a note here from Gloria Freeman. She writes on November 3rd, and Gloria's address is 208 Kendrick Road. I'm writing in opposition. The historic structure 305 Main, built circa 1850, is a designated contributing structure in the Old Village National Register Historic District, perhaps Chatham's best known and respected historic neighborhood. It is an important part of Chatham's history and heritage. The changes include demolition of a portion of the main dwelling and replacing it with a new addition, new dormers and a covered porch, which are out of character and out of scale with the original structure, and therefore render this application substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood, which is important is the Old Village. You need only compare the simple charm of 305 with the proposed plans before you. These plans represent an approximate 44.3% change in gross floor area, which compromise the original 1.5-story structure, a 2-foot change in height, as well as the proposal to demolish the historic L, itself a designated contributing structure. The original mass and scale would be dramatically changed. The historic integrity of the existing structure lost, and the influence on the streetscape, both main and school, would be substantial and detrimental in visual impact. The proposed east elevation is massive and out of place. It might be handsome elsewhere, but in this setting, it is unbefitting. This does not mean that changes cannot be made to make the dwelling comfortably livable, but the extent of the proposed changes do nothing to enrich the structure's identity or show respect for it or its neighborhood's heritage. As proposed, this would serve to do great harm to the Old Village National Register Historic District and be substantially more detrimental to the Old Village's historic nature, architectural integrity, and our town's legacy. The Old Village has a rich and varied history and charm. It is important to maintain those special characteristics for which the Old Village was named as a National Register Historic District, bringing honor to the town of Chatham. While I realize that the documented historic nature of a structure is not one of the criteria that you usually look at, it is within your authority to consider such an important defining factor. I hope that you will look at this proposal in the context of the whole of the Old Village and at the authenticity this structure conveys, and then determine that what is being requested is substantially more detrimental to its setting and neighborhood. Townspeople have a long and vigorous history of seeking to protect Chatham's special identity as a historic small New England town. I believe that the changes proposed are inappropriate, and I respectfully request that this application be denied. Then we have a note. This is from Carol Gordon. She writes on November 2nd. I ask that you deny this historic house, which is a contributing structure in the Old Village National Historic Register District, is an authentic portrait of Chatham's past and adds to the importance and historic charm of Chatham's Old Village. The plans for the proposed structure will increase the existing gross floor area by almost 44%, absorbing much of the historic dwelling, and includes demolition of the historic L. The height of the dwelling is to be increased by 2 feet. I believe the proposal is substantially more detrimental in size and mass to the surrounding neighborhood, which is the Old Village. Historic places matter in your consideration to realign, and these substantial changes is much appreciated. Then we have a note. This is from William and Nancy Corner. They write on November 2nd, and they are writing from the Old Village Association as members of the Board of Directors. In the summer, the Old Village is a very busy place. The corner of School in Maine, where this construction will be taking place, is especially dangerous. We have cars, trucks, buses, bikes, walkers, runners, golf carts going from Eldridge parking lot to the lighthouse, making that turn. In the hope of avoiding accidents, we respectfully request that you place the following conditions on the permit for work at 305. 1, between June 15th and September 15th, no exterior construction or site work. 2, work shall be limited to regular business days, that is, Mondays through Fridays. 3, construction activity shall be permitted only between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. And 4, trucks, cars, and other vehicles must not be parked on public ways. Then we have another email. This is from John and Diane Chapman, 81 Hallway. They write on November 1st, we're familiar with the most recent proposed drawings for the property and are supportive of the approval for zoning. So if you have any questions, let us know. Another email. This is from Robert Wrigley, Susan Wrigley, actually, 89 Silverleaf. She writes on October 29th, Bob and I have seen the plans and support the approval of the project. Another email. This was received on October 31st. It's from David and Marjorie French, 90 Silverleaf. We are Chatham homeowners and residents and writing in regards to the board's upcoming consideration. We are familiar with the owner's plans and we support the approval for zoning. Thank you. Then we have another email from Denise and Walter Dre, 314 Maine. They write on October 30th. As abutting neighbors to 305, we're very familiar with the proposed plans to renovate. As the zoning board is aware, the prospective owners have complied with all the requirements set forth by both the Conservation and Historical Commissions. I expect they will cooperate fully with the ZBA. Please accept this note as our endorsement of their plans to rescue the property from years of neglect while respectfully restoring it to its original style. Then we have a letter. This is from David McAdam, 52 School. And he writes on September 2nd, I have several objections. Number 1, while I appreciate the need to raise the original main house to avoid drainage problems, a rise of 4 feet seems quite excessive and will have a significantly more dramatic effect on streetscape than will a 1 or 2 foot rise. 2, the school street escape is as important and significant as the main streetscape. The proposed plans show a 3-story mass overwhelming the lower roofline construction connecting to the main house. The east-facing garage will further detract from the school streetscape. 3, the rear of the structure, plainly visible to all who come down School Street, as well as from other points in the Old Village, is proposed as a massive 3-story wall of 25 windows and 7 doors, hardly consistent with the quaint utilitarian style of contributing structures in the historic Registry District. 4, in short, massive new 3-story construction of a size and character not of Chatham's Old Village will overwhelm the historic architecture of the original 1.5-story structure and seriously detract from the historic Registry District of which it will become a part. And that's the extent of the correspondence. I would now ask for anybody who wishes to speak either against or has a specific question to indicate that you would like to speak. Gentlemen, please. Just state your name, if you would, please.
That's my name, Mr. Bacon, yes.
And you have to take off your hat. You have to take off your hat because it can't be on
Okay.
TV.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
forgive the haircut.
There you go. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Zoning Board of Appeals, you've seen me before, but again, my name is Norman Bacon. I live at 14 Sunset Lane in the Old Village, within the National Register Historic District. With my wife, Carol, we've been full-time residents there since 1987. And I want to speak to you with respect to 305 Main Street, which you would not have heard it from the previous speakers, Mr. Riley or Ms. Kempton, but it is a contributing structure within the National Register Historic District. The entire building is a part of itself, the contributing structure, notwithstanding that the building, the so-called historic L, was built years later. When we went forward in roughly 1998, 1999, to make the Old Village a National Register district. We did 3 years of work. My wife, myself, the late Nancy Yaw, the late Eleanor Gelsey, and many others, because of our fear that Chatham's history was being depleted building by building, many of them here since the 1700s and 1800s. It is one of the largest in structures of historic National Register districts with over 200 contributing houses. And when we did this, the Massachusetts legislature enacted the Cape Cod Commission Act, which, while it functions through various boards and commissions in town, it is a binding Massachusetts statute. And many of what are now being proposed as changes are going to affect that. And I strongly believe, and I'm submitting this statement, in order that this board understands what you will be doing when you vote on this, because many of the proposals, in my judgment, and I have studied this carefully, I was chairman of the Historical Commission for over 10 years. I have been very active in preservation in town. When the Massachusetts legislature enacted the Cape Cod Commission Act, they wanted to reach a compromise that would not penalize many people who lived in contributing structures. And so they came up with the proposal, which is part of the law, that if you do nothing under 25 gross floor area, 25 square feet, if you do nothing, or you don't violate that 25-foot threshold. You can put on a porch. You can change a part of the structure. But when you go over 25 square feet, you then move into the world of substantial alterations. And that is exactly what we have here today. And I want to go over, and I'm going to read most of my statement, Mr. Chairman, because some of this is a little difficult to understand, especially because this board does not usually deal with this situation, where what is being affected is an entire contributing structure. I speak, and I'm trying to be clear to you, for Breathwood, which is 305 Main Street. It was formerly known as the Sparrow Snow House, built circa 1850, almost 2 centuries ago. It is now a designated contributing structure in the Old Village National Register Historic District. This house was built to sit in a hollow slightly below Main Street, and this is where it still sits, its original mass unchanged. As such, any proposal to alter or expand this contributing structure that exceeds 25% of its existing gross floor area could be determined to constitute a substantial alteration, and that is a defined term under the Cape Cod Commission Act, the Massachusetts law, which I have said applies equally to this zoning board of appeals, which is binding and which now requires, in my judgment, for the application to be referred directly to the Cape Cod Commission for full public review. So there is no mistake. The contributing structure includes not only the original house, but also the rear L, often referred to by the applicant as a historic L or the rear L. But it is part of the contributing structure. If you look at the Form B, which I have attached, and I would ask permission afterwards to give each of the members a copy of my statement, you will see that there is no distinction between the main house and the L. And I happen to know this somewhat because I was one of those who prepared the Form B, which is the official Massachusetts form, for all buildings when we applied for National Register status. On Wednesday, September 28th, 2022, the applicant was appearing before the Chatham Historical Commission, and the applicant's architect, Ms. Kempton, submitted detailed calculations to the Chatham Historical Commission when they were reviewing the proposals being made for 305 Main Street. These show that the applicant was proposing to increase the gross floor area of the new structure by approximately 44% of the present contributing structure, an amount almost double the existing gross floor area and well over the permissible statutory 25%. By the applicant's own figures, therefore, the proposed alteration should be referred to the Cape Cod Commission for their full public review. If we go directly to the official Cape Cod Commission guidelines for referring historic properties for review, and I have included that in my statement, the purpose of the preliminary review, which is made by the CCH, was to determine whether the proposed work constitutes a substantial alteration, one that would alter the key character-defining features of the building and could threaten the building's continued eligibility for listing in the National Register. Here, the applicant is now telling us that they are proposing to change almost 1/2 of the gross floor area of this historic structure, which is going to require raising the height of the building by 2 feet, as directly seen from Main Street. Please note that this proposal would also include partial demolition of the contributing structure. What is the partial demolition? The entire L will go, and that is part of the contributing structure as set forth on Massachusetts Form B. If you go to the guidelines, and this was done in 2019 by the Cape Cod Commission, it's clear that partial demolition of a contributing structure, new additions and other exterior alterations may qualify as substantial alterations requiring mandatory DRI review for development of regional impact. And that is if they include removing historically or character-defining features of the structure. The guidelines note specifically there's a need to refer to the inventory form, Form V, for help in this review. And it then states in no uncertain terms as follows: the following alterations should, and should is capitalized, SHOULD, all cap letters, meaning that those who read these guidelines need to pay attention to them. They list 6 types of changes, which include: 1, relocation of an historic building if the building has not previously moved, or it will change important relationships to other historic properties or the surrounding district. And then it says established street patterns should be preserved. It goes on: any demolition and reconstruction of the original or primary building mass also should be referred to the Cape Cod Commission. And so here, what we have is a combination of raising the original contributing structure by 2 feet and totally demolishing the historic rear L, which, as I've said, is a part of the contributing structure. These are clearly constitute substantial alterations. In summary, the National Register district in the Old Village is composed of approximately 200+ contributing structures, one of the largest in Massachusetts, with each one playing an integral part of the whole. The proposed changes would effectively eliminate 305 Main Street from its important role and could well serve as a precedent for others who would seek to increase the height of their own residences.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
this has gone on quite some time. We've been working here since 3 o'clock this afternoon. And I think we should move on and finish this appeal up.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I have about 3 sentences to go.
Fine.
Thank you. I think the Zoning Board of Appeals needs to take additional time and hear all of the other boards involved before they make a final decision on this matter today. The application should not go forward until the board has sufficient time to review this information. And I ask, with all due respect, for a moderate amount of time in your discretion for rebuttal if necessary, and I would like to distribute copies of my statement to this board.
You certainly may do that.
Thank you. Does
Thank you, Mr.
anyone
Mayor.
have any questions, please?
So, is there anyone else who wishes to speak against this application or has a specific question?
I see no one else that wishes to speak in opposition.
Mr. Riley, some rebuttal if you wish.
Briefly. The previous speaker was reading from the Cape Cod Commission work, and he mentioned that a demolition of a part of the primary structure would be grounds for referral to the commission. Well, we're all familiar with this property and the rear L, and I think we can all agree that the primary structure is the Greek Revival facing Main Street. And the reality is that because of a lack of care of previous owners, the rear L is simply not worth saving as a construction project. And and one of the things that Frank Messina says frequently is that one of the things that Frank Messina, the chairman of the Chatham Historical Commission, says frequently is that the role that the CHC plays in Chatham relative to the Cape Cod Commission is that the Cape Cod Commission wants our Historic Commission to look at proposed changes and to work with property owners so that modifications can be made that won't require referral to the Cape Cod Commission. And so I think that's the situation we have here today. So.
Okay, thank you. Okay, questions from the board. Buck?
So when I look at the street view of the house, I see what's sometimes called a 3/2 Greek Revival. I don't know if they're copying my house or my house is copying theirs, but with the exception of shingle and clap, it's a dead ringer with the L and everything. So I gotta say, I love the house, but I'm a little concerned about the should and the would, and the late letter that we just got from the chair of Historic today. And I didn't maybe get the significance of what that was. I saw the original letter saying technically it hadn't been approved, kind of wishy-washy.
That's not what it said.
Well, hold on. Kind of wishy-washy in that it reminds me of Ivy Lane just a couple of weeks ago. We didn't get an official, that bounced around a little bit. I'm not sure what the right thing to do is. This 43% and the 2 feet, I don't know whether or not this should go to the Cape Cod Commission or not. I heard Attorney Riley state that, the intent is for us to work it out amongst ourselves, but I'm not hearing that it's worked out pretty well. So I'm confused, and I'll leave it at that.
Did you want me to reread what Frank wrote?
I would love you to.
Okay. Initially, he had written to Sarah to say, technically, the Historical Commission has not completed its review and no determination has been issued. As we are awaiting drawings reflecting the agreement that the quote-unquote approval was based on, these drawings do not agree with our determination. So then, by hand, he writes, revised drawings dated 10/18/22 were received 11/1/22 and reviewed today 11/3/22. The additional changes do not impact the historic significance of the approved application. Signed, Frank, as of 11/3.
And we're to assume that was not just Frank's opinion, that was a vote by the Historic Commission?
I wouldn't assume that at all. I think this is Frank's opinion.
Oh,
If
I-
it doesn't say, nobody else signed
could
it.
I-
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. If you went back and watched the meeting of the Historic Commission, there was a vote that approved our design. And that's, under the condition that we submit revised plans. I thought Karen was submitting them. She thought I was submitting them, so they didn't get there until 2 days ago. But the principal change between the plans that they voted to approve and this plan is the faux chimney.
Okay. Questions, Bill?
So the only reason for the resubmittal was the faux chimney
For the revised plan, that's
for the
correct.
revised plan.
Yeah, and if I could just comment briefly on the 43%. What's happened is they're putting a full foundation under the main building. And that adds, 1,300 square feet of gross floor area, and they're going to finish it off. So it's the basement that they're talking about, not the, but as, any change counts, I guess, but I just wanted you to be aware, that's where the principal increase comes from, the basement under the main house.
Okay. Another question.
Sure.
And this has to do with the relocated or the new cottage.
Yes.
The only reason that I think I gathered from your presentation that you put it, that it remains in a portion of the floodplain is that you don't, otherwise, if you moved it up the slope, you wouldn't meet the road setback?
That's correct. It would require a variance.
Right,
Yeah.
okay.
Megan?
I don't know if I want to open this can of worms, but I'm going to ask the question. If you do what you're doing, and I just have to say, this is a question, but I do have to say that I really appreciate the design, and I think it's amazing, and I think it's better than a lot of what we could have gotten. But if we do this, does it take it out? It's no longer a contributing building, or is it still a
No,
contributing
that's
building?
Thanks
I
for
just want-
scaring everybody, Norm. No, the reason why the vote is that it remains no substantial change, and it remains a contributing structure.
That's the reason for the vote in the historic?
That's
Okay,
correct.
thank you. That's clarification for me.
Paul?
So do I understand that the Historic Commission has decided not to refer this to the Cape Cod Commission?
That's correct. Which, by the way, they rarely do because they work hard with the applicants so that the changes that are made, that they feel comfortable with the changes so that the structures remain contributing structures in the National Historic Register District.
And Mr. Pagan disagrees with that conclusion by the Historic Commission?
Apparently.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Bill, I have no more questions for you. Satisfied.
Randy?
Thank you. So I listened twice to that historic, I try to listen to those so I understand better what's happening here. So my memory, and I agree with you 100%, is that they voted, and they voted to support your application, but at least the chair was very unhappy with that. And after they had already voted, you threw in the faux chimney, and he kind of sarcastically said, "Oh, thanks." So my understanding today is that you didn't even need to actually do that, because you had an approval without the faux chimney, right?
Right, but
Yeah, but-
he was obviously unhappy without it, and we'd like to keep Frank happy.
Well, but, okay, and also, it did go to Sarah Cordial, and she had made recommendations, and then you did them, You say you did them. Frank wasn't 100% sold on that, and he
No,
wanted to wait
he wanted
3
to-
more days.
He wanted to send them back again.
He said that he wanted to wait for her,
To
yeah,
comment,
send him back
yeah.
again, and then get him one more time from her, and his committee said no.
Right, because what was happening was, so Sarah made some recommendations. The Houghtons had Karen incorporate those recommendations into our new design. Frank wanted to send the new design back
Right.
to ask for further comments. And the board member said, she made recommendations, they followed the recommendations, what are we waiting for?
Right.
So Frank was-
He actually didn't subscribe that the recommendations were 100% followed. He said that, and that's why he was very unhappy. But at the end of the day, we wouldn't be doing anything wrong today if this was approved, or if it was considered, because they made their decision.
That's correct.
Thanks.
Just to follow on that, Bill, because I watched that hearing as well.
I hope you took no dose to stay awake.
Well, I'd wanted to watch something else, but it hadn't been posted yet, so I ended up. Not that I make a habit of doing this kind of thing, but if memory serves me correctly, they also did take the vote not to refer to the Cape Cod Commission, and that the implication for, or I guess maybe implication is the right word, you're the attorney, but that when they take that vote, they're essentially saying that there's no jeopardy to the contributing structure aspect being in their judgment.
That's
Is
my
that
understanding.
true?
That's my understanding as well.
Okay. I have no other questions.
No, I think, as you know, Mr. Pagan, I only allow folks to speak once. Now, I know it's difficult, particularly when you have an attorney who talks a lot, but I can't do that. I can't do that. Okay. So, I think so.
I'll move to close the hearing and move into deliberations.
Dave Veach seconds.
Buck votes yes.
All votes yes.
Dave Thompson votes yes.
Dave Veach votes
I
yes.
vote yes. Deliberations. Bill?
I personally think what you've done with the house is good. I would, if I were voting, I would support that. My issue, as you may be able to tell, is with the cottage, this cottage being moved. And I understand that it would require a variance, but in my estimation, or, I think, me looking at it, I would be more inclined to support a variance and get it out of the floodplain than I would to allowing it to be approved and moving it over.
Okay, so no. The
No,
owners,
please.
the owners applied for a variance
Mr.
and it
Riley,
was denied.
no more talk. Zero. Thank you very much.
But they did apply for a variance and was denied.
Okay, one more word and you're out, all right?
Okay.
Out the door.
Okay.
They applied for a variance before, Bill, and we turned it down.
And when was that?
Ooh, several years ago.
2021.
Yeah.
January
Jamie Norcross
Right.
represented.
And so I do not believe these folks did, but the owners at the time, or whatever it was, but that was turned down.
With the same, to move it out of the floodplain?
Yeah.
Yes, the previous application for a variance was, I believe, 23 feet from the road, from within the road setback. That way they could pull it the necessary amount to get it out of the flood zone. And they actually ended up withdrawing that application because it was going to be denied.
So,
This is the continuation of all that.
yeah. Right. Well, given that history, I think, I don't see this as more substantially detrimental to the neighborhood. And under our criteria, in my estimation, if I were voting, I would support the application, and I'll leave it at that.
Megan?
I agree. I definitely don't think it's more detrimental to the neighborhood. I think it meets our criteria, and I think it has been a painstaking process for them to make sure that it is reasonably historically accurate. Like I said, I'm sort of partial to that. Everybody knows that. I grew up in a really old house. I would say my piece if I thought you did not do that. So thank you for respecting the historic nature of the property.
Paul?
Yes, I appreciate Mr. Paikin spending the time to stay here and give us his input, and I appreciate the input. But I do think that the Historic Commission has looked at that input and has made a decision not to make a referral to the commission. And I would respect that, that decision. In the meantime, in terms of the application that's before us, I think this is an improvement over what is there, and it's not substantially more detrimental, so I would support it.
Thank you. I'm going to agree with everything that has been said so far. This is a nice old home, and it's being preserved. Karen Kempton is an architect. I wish I had I've said this before, I wish I had a piece of property where I could have her design a home for me. But that is a nice old structure, and off the record, 2 of my great aunts owned it.
Randy?
I think it meets all the criteria, and it's a huge improvement to the neighborhood, and I'd support it if I were voting.
Dave Veach?
Yeah, I went back and I watched our initial meeting on this, I think, and then because the first time that this property came to us, there was, it then went to the Historical Commission, went through a long process there. Historical Commission gave me reduced, and changed, and then came back to us for approval. I think it was like December of 21, I think. And the changes and reductions from the initial, we approved in December of 2021. And essentially what they did at that point was the owners at the time, they essentially kept the original L, if you will, on the back. And because there was, and I think legitimate concern about it was competing with the main building because it was taller by a story. This proposal, to me, I think they've done a really great job. And then when it first came back to us and they were talking about raising it 4 feet, I was going, whoa, I don't think that's going to fly with the Historical Commission, and it didn't. But I think a 2-foot increase in the picking the building up by 2 feet is a fine compromise in the situation. 4 feet would have been way too much. And then that they've left the newly reconstructed L down lower in relation to the other part of the house looks very much like what's in place now, but it's improved. When it comes to this issue of preservation, I think it's important to sometimes get out of the realm of ideas and get into some of the nuts and bolts. The bricks and mortar are studs and sheathing, if you will, sometimes. And I mean, I'm hearing, and I have great respect for Norm, and he's done a lot of work with preservation, things like that. But I have photographs I've taken of some projects in the Old Village that were also contributing structures that, and one of them is on Main Street, and I have a photograph of the facade of the building. Was all that was left of the old building. And even that, all of the by the time they were done, because they had to meet the requirements of the building code as well. And by the time they were done, all the fenestration was new. Everything else was new, so what was left of the original house was not much. But you look at it now, and I'm not gonna say which Pepper that is, because I'd ask anybody to go out there and try and decide which one that was. And there are others as well. So I think that what they're proposing to do in reconstructing, if you will, or removing and changing that back L is exactly what needs to happen, and this is the right answer for the old village in the historic district. Norm, I can't. I do, and as Paul said, I don't think it's the place of this board to consider referrals to the Cape Cod Commission. Certainly not if the Historical Commission has already made that judgment. I would no way step into that role, because we had this discussion as well on Ivy Lane. I mean, there were recommendations were made from their expert, and they were followed, and that's enough for me for sure. And I think that this is definitely in the spirit of the creation of that district, and so I'm going to support it enthusiastically.
Buck?
The problem that I see is if this wasn't in the historic district in the old village, this is the easiest vote we had tonight. It's a beautiful house. I think if I built another house, I'd copy that one. Oh, I have that one. So the dilemma is the old village. And I have to say, Mr. Pakin, God bless you. I love somebody with passion, and I'm swayed by passion. And I don't think anybody could have done a better job explaining what he did or how he feels. The problem is we're supposed to work conservation, HBDC, planning board, zoning. In a perfect world, we'd all kind of be in harmony. And we have to respect their decisions as much as they respect ours and input. It's not the way I personally feel, I can assure you of that. But I guess I got to swallow my tongue and support it.
Well, I have two problems. And it isn't the historical aspect, but number one, when I'm looking at the rear elevation, the three-story home in the back, and that's what's going to be viewed from people like Mr. Pakin and those that live behind us. And I don't necessarily think the massing of this structure, and I heard the reason for the 44% and all that, I don't necessarily think that that's a good thing. But what bothers me most about this application is the reconstruction of that cottage into being a two-story. And I think Karen explained it very well, that you're going to see part of the second story as you go through that corner of School in Maine. And right now, when I look at that corner, it's an empty space. It's wonderful. It's a break. And so throwing another structure in there that breaks that up and eliminates that, along with this three-story, very, very massive house. If I add those two things together, to me, it would be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. Yes, Buck?
I probably want to clarify we're in deliberation, and we're listening to other people, and we're wishy-washy on something. I think I did take a position of being wishy-washy. I might have to change my vote from support to no support.
Yes, Dave?
I also paid quite a bit of attention to that issue of the cottage, the house, because, and when I initially saw it, it gave me pause. Because what we had approved, when we approved in December of '21, was a one-story, one-bedroom unit. And I remember that there was some concern expressed by Mr. Miller, who lives on the corner of School Street and Main Street on the other side of School Street. And he's up a little bit higher. And I remember him expressing some concern or hope that it wouldn't, any ridge there would not impact what view he has. So when I looked at it all, and this is proposed to be a few feet higher than, or I can't remember how many, it's somewhat higher than the one story that we had seen. But it's gone, the elevation is 31.8 is the ridge elevation. And the School Street, I guess, is just about elevation 22 at that point, something like that. And there's the hedge that's grown up there is grown a good 8 feet high or more now. So that puts the top of that hedge at elevation 30. And so, and then I also looked at the elevation of the 15 School Street and where that is. I went and I took photos of it all the other day because I really wanted to evaluate it in the respect of especially Mr. Miller's concerns. And I really don't think, and especially if somebody's walking on the street, from that angle, you may not see that roof at all from walking in the street. Now, from Mr. Miller's, which is elevated somewhat, I took the liberty of walking up his driveway and looking. He may see a couple of feet. He didn't express a concern tonight. He may end up seeing a foot or two of that roof, but it's not going to block his view of anything except maybe the other house, in my judgment. And I just wanted to say that, and I don't disagree with you, but I did think about that in my concerns, so.
Megan?
I agree with Mr. Veach, and I also just wanted to question, I think that they have done a really good job and have been very cognizant with historic about like shrinking pieces of it and it's lower. I just don't know if there comes a point where we're cutting off our nose to spite our face and something might come before us that is not respectful. And I don't think that the mass of the School Street side would be enough in this case to sort of violate that criteria.
Yeah, I understand what you're talking about, but if you go around the back and see how many folks can really see, it's not one or two, it's quite a number. It's a tough thing. It's a tough thing.
Dave,
Yes, Mr. Riley.
with regard to the rear elevation of the building, and your concern about the 3 levels, in reality, there's significant plantings between the proposed patio and the rest of the property, so that they really won't be able to see the lower level. They'll just be able to see the 2 upper levels. I mean, half the lower level is already covered by the patio because they sank it down. And now they have growth. There's always been growth in front of that patio that will shield that lower level. And again, Mr. Miller supports our application, and we worked with him on that, and we've promised him that the hedge is going to remain. So I hope you'll reconsider your vote.
Well, I'll move to.
Excuse me. Can I say something?
Oh, sure.
I think we're going overboard on the rear of a structure. We can't satisfy everybody. We can't. It's an impossibility. We're taking care of the people who drive up and down the road, walk up and down the road, they live across the street, whatever. Give me a break. On the rear, we can't possibly have the perfect situation every time on this. And what's interesting is we're here as the Zoning Board of Appeals, and we're calling all these shots. If we weren't the Zoning Board of Appeals, and I was building that someplace that didn't require any kind of an appeal, we could do what we wanted to in the back. But look at what they're doing right now. They have given and given and given. And I think they can only give so much. And I think they've done a damn good job.
And I don't think we've heard from enough neighbors to convince me that that's really going to be a problem for them.
Just to pile on.
Yes, Buck.
I said it once, I'll say it again, with all due respect to Mr. Thompson. If we weren't in the historic district, we weren't in the old village, we didn't have the 200 contributing dwellings, and we didn't have the 30 or 40 years of passion from some of our predecessors to preserve this as one of the few places on the Cape, I'd have no trouble supporting it. But we are on zoning board, and we do have to think about how important this is. And we do have discretion, I think I've been told, and it doesn't always have to be those criteria. And unfortunately, I can't support it.
Can I take a stab at that, Dave? Just a part of it. Buck, I think we all should have respect for the fact that the Old Village is a National Register district. I can't document this being here today, right now, but I believe, to the best of my recollection, there have been, I think, 2 attempts at various town meetings to create an historic district that encompassed the Old Village. One of those was seeking to expand the HBDC to encompass the Old Village area, because the HBDC was just business districts. Those 2 attempts did not succeed at town meeting. And there was also an earlier attempt at some point to create a local historic district. The HBDC was created by a special act of the legislature. A local historic district, and there are, I don't want to get too far into this, but there are provisions in state law to create local historic districts, and it's chapter 40, whatever, I can't remember, but there's a set of criteria that need to be made to satisfy that state law to create a local historic district. A local historic district, like the HVDC can regulate everything. Everything, all the aesthetics, everything else. It was decided, and I think wisely, and I supported this especially at the time, it was decided to seek National Register District designation for the Old Village by a number of people who were far more into this than I was at the time. And it was successful, and they did a very good job of that. But a National Register District, in and of itself, is primarily an honor type thing. It is not a controlling type of historic district. The controlling part of this comes because of a clause in the Cape Cod Commission Act that gives properties on the National Register that gives the Cape Cod Commission the review, the ability to review as a DRI, divisional, whatever, regional impact of properties on the register, National Historic Register. But they work, that's just like as Bill explained, they do the local historic districts serve their, and do that for them. And Sarah Korjeff works with them in order to try to mitigate things so that they don't need to go to get referred to the commission. There's been one property in the old village that did get referred to the full commission. And by the time it came back from there, there were very few changes that had been made, and they had to get approved by this board as well. So I guess I'm going through all this to say that I've been a part of this or sat in this for a long time, in this historic district stuff. And so and I certainly respect the all of it. But my take on it is that, and I can remember saying this way back when, the National Register District is sort of like preservation light. And in my judgment, a National Register District is something that allows for some change and allows for different things to happen without needing to have a local historic district sitting there saying, no, thou shalt not do that, or whatever. So, I don't know if that changes anything, but I just want to say it.
So, Mr. Chairman, can we have a straw vote?
Sure. Buck, how would you vote?
I love David's comments, but I got to remind him that I tried and worked with Frank hard to make Stage Harbor a historic district. And I spent a lot of time on it. I learned a lot, and I came away with some feelings. And unfortunately, those feelings are going to persuade me to stick to a no. That's been my experience.
Bill, if you were voting?
Yeah, I would support it still. And I think I do have a lot of concerns about the cottage. I did look at the elevation as Dave did as well and walked up the driveway as he did, and that hedge being there. And that sort of swayed me with that location. And, as far as the main house, I think they've done everything that they could possibly do, and I would support it if I were voting.
Megan?
I would strongly support it. I think they've done a phenomenal job with the main house, and regarding the cottage, I actually did walk around, nearly broke my ankle, and if I were sitting here listening to their neighbors that were, abutting that cottage, I might have a different opinion, but honestly, I think what they've done is beautiful, and I would fully support it.
Paul?
Yes, I did drive School Street several times, looking at the rear of the property and considering how it would look, given the input that we had had in correspondence. And it seemed to me that the impact, given the lower location of the building and the design, was really fairly minimal. And I don't think that we should try and substitute our judgment with respect to the historic referral for that by the Historic Commission. So I will continue to support the application.
I will stand by what I said before, and I will support this.
I agree with everything that the panel has said, and sometimes I think people let perfect be the enemy of wonderful, and I think that's what's happening here. So I would support it if I were voting.
Yeah, and I guess it's obvious I would be supporting it, so.
Well, I'm influenced by everybody who took the time to go over there and think, hey, what's this going to look like, you know? I really am. And also, Mr. Riley, you actually had a good point about the hedge blocking off the bottom floor. But I will defer to what you had to say, Dave.
Thank you, Dave. Just to,
So I would vote for it.
Thank you.
I'll move to approve the application as submitted. I guess the question is, are there any need for conditions over and above? Or do we need the standard conditions with respect to this
Well,
property?
If I could make a recommendation. The lot, I understand the Kerner's concerns, but I think the access to the property is on the west side of the property, away from the corner. Construction vehicles, there's plenty of room in the lower section for all the construction vehicles. There's no need for them to be parking on the street. We'd like to be able to work through the summertime, but I would agree that it would be reasonable that there be no work from June 15th to September 15th, no work before 8 a.m. and no work after 5 p.m. and no work on weekends.
Does that make sense to you, Paul?
I think that seems reasonable. I might, and I know I'm usually the one who always says no conditions, but I might even back it up to June 1st in this case, like, just because of where it is. I know that's mean, but like, just because of where it is, I think it's gonna be tricky for any construction vehicles. Dave, I don't know, you know better than I do, to get in and out of there once summer comes.
Yeah. I'd agree with you.
It's a very narrow entrance on that
correct.
west side. I mean, they can barely get in there with a car, let alone the kinds of trucks you're going to be dealing with.
So you're suggesting June 1st to October 1st?
Yeah, October.
Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute.
Or
Oh,
September 15th is fine. It's usually Labor Day, right? Okay, so I would go a
It's
week
usually
past.
it's usually late June to early September, if you're gonna have a total stoppage of work,
It's usually June 30th to Labor Day.
right?
That's
Well,
our
Labor Day's probably
standard.
fine. I just would back it up in June, probably just
Okay, so
because.
June 1st to Labor Day.
I think that's unfair.
Pardon me?
I think that's unfair.
I would, you know, June 1st, you know, June 1st is, it's like still winter sometimes.
Can we do
you
June,
know?
yeah, can we
I
do
mean,
the 15th?
Really, I mean, if you can go to the 15th or something, but I mean, from my experience at least my Candy Manor experience, the season hits the last week in June.
Great, then let's
and
do
goes
June
to Labor Day,
20th.
you know, and then, but then, of course, you know, you could make an argument sometimes, but let's go, so we could go to June 21st, and that could compromise more.
That's fine. I just would hate to affect the businesses on that side of the street, that's all.
Well, let's, I'll move to approve the application as submitted with the requirement that all construction activity and vehicles be contained on-site or at a neighboring property with the permission of the property owner, that between June 21 and Labor Day, that no work would be permitted on weekends, and that no construction activity would be between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. only.
Dave Veach seconds.
So it's no exterior work, June 21st to Labor Day.
Correct.
That's not what he said.
I did not include exterior work because you had indicated you didn't want that construction, that as a condition. If that's acceptable, then I would add no exterior construction would be allowed during the June 21 to Labor Day. And no work would be permitted on weekends, and construction activity would be between 8 AM and 5 PM only. That's between June 21 and Labor Day.
Yeah, I mean, just
You
for the
can still-
Houghton's benefit, if the word exterior is not there, then all work is prohibited.
Oh, I see what you
With the
mean.
word exterior in there, they can do interior work. And that's why I asked for the word exterior to be there. Thank you very much.
So the application, so my nomination, is that clear what I'm saying? What
No.
I'm saying is,
Say it again.
I'm moving approval of the application with the condition that all construction activity and vehicles will be contained on-site or at a neighboring property with the permission of the property owner. That between June 21st and Labor Day, no exterior construction will be allowed. No work shall be permitted on the weekends, and construction activity will be between 8 AM and 5 PM only.
Thank you.
Dave Veach seconds.
And in symbolic show of solidarity, I'll vote yes.
All votes yes.
Wow.
Are you serious?
He said yes.
Well, yes. Yes, definitely.
Dave Veach votes yes.
Yes.
Thank you
Oh,
very
this
much.
is gonna. I don't blame you, I would too.
Is there any other business to be brought before the board today? I would like to thank Jay Briggs and Chantel Kilkenny for spending all this time here with us.
And seeing.
Thank you, Shannon.
Team too.
Oh, I bet you're thrilled.
I'll move to adjourn.
Dave Veach seconds.
Buck votes yes.
All right. Paul, yes? Yes?
Yes, I vote yes.
Yes, yes, and the
Veach votes
official
yes.
time is, Sarah?
7:06.
Jeez.
Oh, yeah.